This is Audible.
Mr. Right Now, Suits and Sevens Book 2. Written by Isla Olsen. Narrated by Nick J. Russo. Chapter 1. Sullivan. I want this deal, Sully. I let out a slow breath, gathering my patience and making sure I don't snap something sarcastic back to the man on the other end of the call, as if I don't know how much he wants this deal. I'm working on it, Monty, I say in my most cajoling tone. Trust me, I'll get it done. It's taking longer than I'd like, he says gruffly. I sigh again. This is a man who's used to getting what he wants, and he's used to getting it when he wants. He's a complete asshole, but he's also one of my biggest clients, and he's been with me since before I broke away from my old company and started my own investment banking firm. If keeping his business means I have to babysit him through every deal, it's well worth the sacrifice. I've told you before, this one is going to take a while. Grimsey's being a hard ass, but we'll get there. You said you could make this happen, Sully, Monty grumbles. And I will, I reassure him, as though he's a 2-year-old on the verge of a tantrum. It'll just take some time. This is a delicate one. When I finally get off the call with Monty, I let out a long breath of relief. I love my job, and I'm fucking good at it. It's why billionaires like Monty Steele come to me to handle their business after all, but it can get exhausting at times. I glance up at the knock on my office door and see my assistant, Belinda, on the threshold. Hey, Sullivan, your mom is here to see you. She says it's important. My eyes widen at the announcement. My parents live on Long Island and rarely come into the city. If Mom's visiting me at my office, it really must be something important. Did she say what it was about? Belinda shakes her head, a small crease furrowing her brow. Just said it was urgent. Should I let her in? Jesus, it must be something big. I briefly wonder if my sister has called off her wedding, which is supposed to be happening this weekend, but then I reason that a simple phone call would have been enough to convey that news. This must be something really bad. Yes, of course. Let her in, I say, gesturing with my arm. I spend the minute it takes Belinda to retrieve my mom from my company's reception area, pacing the carpet in front of my desk. When Mom finally enters my office, I take a few seconds to examine her appearance, checking for any signs of illness before descending on her with a tight hug, practically crushing her tiny frame with my hulking 6'4" one. Oh my goodness, Sullivan, Mom exclaims as I finally let her go. What's wrong? I ask. She frowns up at me. Why do you assume something is wrong? Because you're here. In my office, I say, as though that should explain everything. What? I'm not allowed to visit my oldest child? You told Belinda it was urgent, I point out, growing agitated by her casual demeanor. She waves a flippant hand. I thought she might not let me in if I didn't make it seem important. My jaw falls open in horror. Oh my God! Mom! I was worried sick! I thought you were dying! She lets out a tinkling laugh, clearly oblivious to my distress. Dying? Oh, Sullivan, don't be so dramatic. I huff in annoyance and move away from her so I can stride toward the wet bar I keep in my office and pour her a drink. Returning to her and handing over the glass of scotch, I ask, So, if you don't have any horrible news to tell me, what are you doing here? She takes a sip of her scotch and lets out a contented sigh before explaining, Well, I came into the city with Willow. She had her final dress fitting today. After the fitting, she wanted to go to Victoria's Secret to buy some things for the honeymoon. She says that part conspiratorially, as though she's letting me in on a secret, and I can guarantee you I'd much rather not be in on it. And, of course, she didn't need me for that part of the excursion, so I came here to see you. she finishes with a little shrug. Okay, well, I'm really glad you stopped by, I say, but I do have a lot of work to do today. Okay, I can take a hint, she says with a testing smile, handing her glass back to me. Oh, but before I go, I really do need to know if you and Andrew will be arriving on Friday or Saturday this weekend. Oh, shit. Andrew is the asshole I ended things with 2 weeks ago after he betrayed me and almost ruined both the career and relationship of one of my closest friends. There's not really any excuse for why I haven't told my family we broke up, except for the fact that they worry so much about me having all this money as it is. There's no need to confirm that I've once again let myself be used by some money-hungry asshole. Well, at least there wasn't a need. But now Willow's wedding is only days away, and Mom's standing right in front of me with this expectant look on her face. Listen, Mom. About Andrew. Her face crumples, and it hits me right in the gut. Oh, no. Don't tell me he can't make it. Willow's gone to so much trouble personalizing all the place settings and wedding favors. She'll be so disappointed. And of course, I chicken out. No, that's not what I was going to say, I tell her, shaking my head. I just thought you should know he's, vegan. Mom's brows shoot up. Vegan? I nod. Yep. She frowns thoughtfully. Well, I suppose I can speak to the staff at the inn. It shouldn't be too difficult to organize vegan food. You really should have let Willow know when you sent back the RSVP, though, Sullivan, she chides. It's a new thing, I explain, elaborating on the lie for God knows what reason. For health. Mom just shakes her head in exasperation, muttering, hipsters. She rises on her tiptoes and brushes a kiss to my cheek before turning on her heel and heading for the door. Halfway there, she spins around. You didn't say. Will you two be arriving Friday or Saturday? I shrug. I'm not sure yet. Mom lets out a huff of exasperation. Sullivan. I hold my hands up in a placating gesture. When I know, you'll know, I promise. She gives an annoyed shake of her head, but leaves it at that. What do you mean you didn't tell Mom you and Andrew broke up? My brother Deacon challenges as we're making our way to rugby practice that evening. I spare a wary glance for the sky overhead. Dark rain clouds have been hovering over the city all day, and it'll be a miracle if we can get through tonight's practice without being drenched and covered in mud. You know what she's like. What they're all like, I say with a soft groan. I just didn't want to deal with it just yet. Well, you're going to have to deal with it, he says simply. They're going to know when you show up to the wedding solo. Yeah, I'm working on that. Deacon stops dead, his hand flying out to push at my chest as he turns to face me, eyes narrowed. Do not tell me you're going to ask that asshole to be your date for this, he growls. You can't go back to that Sully, not after what he did to Spence. I let out a soft huff and pry Deacon's hand away. Calm down. I'm not even considering asking Andrew. He sighs with relief, and we continue walking toward the park, where we'll be meeting the rest of the team for practice. What are you planning, then? I shrug. I have Belinda on the case. It'll be fine. That causes Deacon to send me a curious look, but he says nothing. When we arrive at the park, where we usually hold rugby practices, it's to find most of the team is already gathered. It's rare to see the entire team at a practice session. Most of the guys here have incredibly busy lives, whether because of jobs that require long hours, young families, or in the case of Skylar Mason, our reserve forward, juggling work with a law degree. This isn't a professional team by any stretch. We play because it's a great way to let off some steam while having fun with our buddies. Or, at least, that's why I play. There are some members of the team, Ahem, Spencer, who take it a little more seriously. And with a big citywide tournament coming up the weekend after next, he's read us all the riot act about showing commitment to the team and making time for training, etc., etc. I'm not even going to repeat what he said when Deacon and I broke the news we'd have to be out of town the whole weekend before the tournament. Glancing around the group of guys gathered shooting the shit as they wait for practice to start, it doesn't take me long to realize there's one noticeable and ironic absence. "Where's Spencer?" Deacon asks, beating me to the question. "I thought we'd be the last ones here." For once, it hadn't been me who'd made us late. Apparently, a parent of one of Deacon's kindergartners had ambushed him after school, and it had taken a while for him to get away. "He got held up at work," Cole McGaffey, who's easily the best player on our team and also Spencer's best friend, says. I see my buddy Charlie Campbell, our team's scrum half, jump on that immediately. A sly smile stretches across his face, and his blue eyes twinkle with mirth. "You mean he's busy getting sucked off under his desk by his assistant?" "I thought Will worked for Emily now," Bryce Kennedy, one of the few 100% straight guys on the team, asks, referencing Spencer's sister and business partner. Charlie brushes the comment away. "Technicality. What the fuck are you all just doing standing here?" I hear a familiar gruff voice call from behind me, and I'm not surprised when I turn to find the man in question, Spencer Cox, striding toward us. "Practice started 5 minutes ago." "Waiting for you, Cap," Jackson Downey, our team's reserve back, says with a broad grin. Spencer just scowls. "Get out on the field. We're not going to beat Kelly just standing around gossiping." "He seems extra tense tonight," Skylar observes, speaking quietly to Deacon but loud enough for me to hear. "Do you think we were wrong about Will sucking him off? Or do you think we were right and he overheard us talking about it?" I don't think it's a coincidence that a rugby ball just happened to fly out of Spencer's hand at that moment and just happened to hit Skylar in the back of the head. Chapter 2. Drew. I usually love rainstorms. Maybe it has something to do with how when I was growing up, so much of my time was spent around water. Because I used to be a swimmer. Not because I lived on a tropical island or something. That would have been cool, though. But rainstorms, I just find them kind of relaxing. Well, relaxing if you're nice and dry inside, and just listening to the rain outside or watching it through the window. If you're outside, that's a different story. New York, which can be chaotic at the best of times, turns into an absolute madhouse when it's raining, and it's anything but relaxing. Last night, I was already home when the storm began, so I was able to enjoy it. I got to curl up in bed and listen to the rain pelt against the fire escape outside my window. Better than any white noise app you could download. But this morning, it only takes one look at the building I run my auto repair business out of for every ounce of joy I've ever gotten from a rainstorm to be sapped away. "Told you it was bad," my friend and business partner Jackson says the second he sees me staring up at the collapsed roof of our auto shop. Judging by his comment, the pain I'm feeling must be showing pretty clearly on my face. "How bad exactly?" I ask with trepidation. "Is anyone's car damaged?" He shakes his head. "There doesn't seem to be any damage in the garage. Just in here." I breathe out a sigh of relief. Well, at least that's one positive. Our business is set up as part automotive repairs and part automotive supplies, so we have a garage where we do all the work on our clients' cars and a storefront where people can buy parts and supplies if they'd rather do the work themselves. It's a relief to know the garage hasn't been affected because we work on some pretty sweet cars for some very wealthy customers, and having part of a roof fall on one of them wouldn't be great for business. Not to mention that it'd send our insurance premium through the roof. But even so, The damage to the store is extensive, and even just looking around, I can see we're out thousands, maybe tens of thousands in merchandise. Okay, we'll need to get someone out to inspect the entire roof before we open the garage. I don't want anyone under cars and using lifts and shit if there's a chance the roof could cave in, I say, as my brain starts whirring with all the things that need to be addressed. Jackson nods. Good idea. I'll see if we can get someone to come today. That'd be good. Hopefully we'll only need to have the garage closed for one day. This place, though, I draw in a deep breath as I glance around, taking in the damage once again. I guess we'll just have to close up and wait for insurance to do its thing. I'll call them ASAP as well, Jackson assures me, and get in touch with the landlord about the roof. He runs a hand over his dark hair in a hesitant gesture I know well. What about Tiff? She'll be here soon. I bite out a curse. Tiff is the manager of the store, and honestly, we couldn't do without her. I have a business degree, and Jax is a marketing whiz, but both of us would much prefer to be under the hood of a car than behind a sales desk. The condition we came up with when we decided to rent the storefront next to our garage and turn it into an auto parts store was that we wouldn't have to run it. Now, though, it's looking like the store will be closed for at least a month or so, depending on how long it takes for the insurance money to come through. I don't want to lose Tiff, but if the store's not open, I'm sure we can find other work for her to do, I finally say. There's a ton of shit to do with insurance and repairs and restocking. She can deal with all that. Jax nods his agreement and tugs his phone from his back pocket. Cool. I'm going to go make those calls, then I'll come help you with this. It's a little while later, once Tiff has arrived and is helping me clear up the mess in the store, that Jackson returns from making his phone calls. I can tell right away something's wrong. His usually friendly face is closed off with anger, and he's gripping his phone so hard I can see the whites of his knuckles. What's wrong? They're not going to cover us, he bites out, clearly agitated. I rise to my feet from where I was crouching on the floor cleaning up debris and trying to figure out what can be salvaged. I fold my arms over my chest, my brow furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? I mean our insurance company won't cover our losses. It turns out our policy's not worth the paper it was written on. That's bullshit, I spit out. We haven't even lodged an official claim yet. How can they reject it? Jackson's cheeks puff out as he blows out a heavy breath. The guy I spoke to looked up our building's claim history. Apparently, one was made after Hurricane Irene, and now they're saying the damage from last night is connected to that. Like it wasn't repaired properly after last time or some shit. That's bullshit, I growl. Did you tell him we had the place inspected before we opened a business here? Of course I did. I told him we could provide a copy of the inspection report, but he didn't want to hear it. This is ridiculous, Tiff pipes in, looking as angry as both Jackson and myself. Hurricane Irene was a decade ago, and half the buildings in the city made claims after that. Are you telling me everyone in New York is uninsured now? Jackson lets out a sigh of defeat. I'm just telling you what the insurance guy said. Maybe the landlord will have better luck with whoever he's insured with, but it doesn't look like we're going to be covered for the lost inventory or for the lost earnings while we're closed up. And if the landlord can't make the repairs to the roof, I venture, not liking where this is going. Jackson shakes his head morosely. Then I guess we'll have no choice but to cut our losses and close up for good. Go back to just handling repairs. I let out a frustrated sigh and run a hand through my hair, messing it up more than it already was. It'd be a huge step down for us, that's for sure. The repairs business is profitable, there's no doubt about it, but having the supply store right next door made us kinda special. Most of our customers were car enthusiasts who preferred to do their own repair work. They would see straight away that Jackson and I were the real deal, and they knew they could trust the items we had on offer. It's what made them come to us instead of some other store where they probably could have gotten their parts cheaper. Is this a bad time for me to float the idea of going online again? Tiff ventures. Jackson and I both send her irritable glances. We're not going online, I say firmly. It's what everyone's doing now, she insists. It's the only way to stay competitive. We're not successful because we're competitive, Jackson says, cutting her off. We're successful because we're exclusive. I nod in agreement, and that's the end of the discussion about potentially going online. Look, the first thing we need to focus on is recouping our losses from the damaged stock, I say, shifting into business mode. After that, well, I guess it's just up to the landlord. You could always buy him out, Tiff says with a shrug. Jackson and I both turn to gawk at her. Buy him out? I ask a little incredulously. She looks at us like we're both idiots. Well, it's not like he'll be able to find new tenants if the roof's all caved in. I sigh. Let's just take it one step at a time, Our business might be profitable, but it's not that profitable. After what has to be one of the longest days of my life, Jackson and I finally leave work and head to Brooklyn to meet up with our friend Deacon, who also happens to be my roommate. So I guess it's my shout tonight? Deke says with a sympathetic smile once we're done telling him about our day from hell. Just keep them coming, man, I say with a dry chuckle, tipping my beer to my lips and taking a generous swallow. Deacon sits back against his chair, turning his beer bottle around in his hands. How are you going to pay for the damage without insurance? We'll make it work, I say gruffly, having a feeling where this is going. You know, if you need money, he ventures. We'll make it work, I repeat, my tone harsher this time. I see Deacon exchange a look with Jackson. To my annoyance, Jackson seems to be on Deacon's wavelength with this one. It's not like any of them would mind. My jaw hardens as I begin to feel cornered. Deacon and Jax play on a rugby team with a bunch of uber-rich businessmen, including Deacon's brother, who is a no-jokes billionaire, with a B. Or, at least, according to Deacon, Sullivan's personal net worth is more in the 100 million area, and it's his company that has the B. But I don't really see the distinction. As well as Sullivan, Deacon and Jackson's friends include Charlie Campbell, a litigator who charges more by the hour than the monthly rent on my apartment, Spencer Cox, a property mogul who's also an heir to one of the richest men in the world, Cole McGaffey, who makes a truckload of cash from managing scandals and cleaning up the messes made by celebrities and other high-profile people, and Pax Greenwood. You might have heard of him, considering he's one of the most popular anchors on cable news. There are other guys on the team as well, ones that have normal jobs with normal salaries, but those aren't the ones Deke and Jackson are talking about right now. It's not happening, I grate out. We can take care of ourselves. Jackson and I have worked ourselves to the bone for our business. We don't need a handout now. Deacon shrugs. Okay. It was just a suggestion. Chapter 3. Sullivan. By Wednesday, I'm starting to get a little worried. I still haven't found a solution that will save me from the dreaded family inquisition and recriminations this weekend. Not to mention my mom's disappointment if she finds out I lied to her and inconvenienced her on top of everything else. Please tell me you have something, I say desperately as Belinda strolls into my office, a folder clutched under her arm. She arches a brow at me. I have the updated proposal for this new acquisition for Monty Steele. Bennett's been over it and made a few notes that he thinks might convince Grimsey to sign on. I motion for her to hand me the folder. Good. Something needs to work soon. It's getting ridiculous. One of the pitfalls of investment banking is that every now and then you get stonewalled by some old bastard who just does not want to cooperate, no matter what you throw at him. In this case, the bastard is a guy called Tanner Grimsey, and it's one of his companies that my client wants to buy. I put Grimsey out of my mind for a moment and turn back to Belinda. Any news on the other thing? She arches her brows. The other thing? I sigh and sit back in my chair. You know, this weekend? Oh, right. Yeah, I found a few options, but I'm not sure you'll like them. Apparently, the good ones all book out weeks in advance. The good what? Escorts. My mind almost blows up at that, but then I gather myself and start thinking logically. I can't show up to the wedding alone, and I can't tell my family Andrew and I broke up. That basically leaves only one solution. Hire someone to pretend to be Andrew. But shit, the word escort just has a really weird feel to it. So I'm stuck with the bad ones? Belinda frowns. Not bad per se, just not quite as exclusive. I'm not sure how much you'd want to trust one of them if they happen to recognize you. I'm not exactly famous, but I do appear in Forbes every now and then, and I've been a pundit on a financial news show on BCN a few times. I definitely wouldn't want it floating around anywhere that I had to hire an escort for my sister's wedding. Okay, just send me what you have and I'll have a look. She nods and turns to leave my office. Oh, and Bennett wanted to check that you're still on for the meeting with Yuki Hishato tomorrow night? Yeah, of course I am, I say with an eye roll. And you can tell Bennett that I do actually have a phone he can use to contact me. Belinda just smiles and strolls out the door, leaving me shaking my head wryly. I know full well Bennett passes along any message he can think of via Belinda because Bennett has a massive crush on her. I'm glad she reminded me about the dinner meeting tomorrow night, though. I accidentally picked up Deacon's jersey at practice on Monday, and I'd been planning to just return it at practice tomorrow. But now I'll have to make time to stop by his place tonight, because God forbid something horrible happens at practice, like Cole blowing out his knee, or half the team becoming riddled with the flu or something, then I'll be blamed for Deacon not having his lucky jersey and jinxing everyone. Yeah, no thanks. I'm not putting up with that shit. When I get to Deacon's place after work, the door is answered by his roommate. Despite the fact that he lives with my brother and works with Jackson, I've only met this guy once before. I get the impression he's not a huge fan of us white-collar folks for some reason, and the skeptical way his eyes scan over me in my designer three-piece suit and cashmere coat is definitely not doing anything to dispel that theory. I'm Sullivan, Deacon's brother. He nods. Right. Yeah, of course. He steps back and lets me into the apartment, briefly gesturing to the sofa before moving toward the kitchen, where I guess he's cooking something, judging by the delicious smell in the air. Deke's just gone down the block to grab some beers, he tells me, and I can't help noticing that his voice has a raw, husky quality that makes my nerves tingle. That's interesting. I remove my coat and fold it neatly over the end of the sofa before taking a seat. I'm aware that I could just leave Deacon's jersey and go. I mean, the last thing I want to do is disrupt whatever plans they have for tonight. But for some reason, I'm feeling compelled to stay. As I watch him bustle around in the kitchen, I finally manage to remember his name. And just like that, a partly insane but mostly brilliant thought occurs to me. Thank God I never showed Mom a picture of Andrew, is all I can think as I get to my feet and stride toward the kitchen. It's Drew, right? I ask, aware that my tone sounds almost desperate. Is that short for Andrew? He glances up from the pot he's stirring at the stove, eyeing me warily. Yes. Why? Taking a moment to compose myself, I smooth down my suit jacket and flash him my best deal-closing smile. How would you like to make $25,000 this weekend? Drew's brows shoot up. Do you need me to kill someone? I rear back in surprise, my eyes blowing wide at the suggestion. What? No. Why would you think that? 'Cause that's murder for hire type money, he says with a shrug. I narrow my eyes at him, now more than a little concerned about the kind of man living under the same roof as my baby brother. I don't mean to stereotype here, but with the tattoos that peek out from the collar and sleeves of his t-shirt, the piercings in his eyebrow and all along his right ear, along with his tall, husky frame, he sure as hell looks like someone who could have been an enforcer for a crime boss at some point. How do you know how much murder for hire costs? I don't. There just aren't many things that would earn you that much money in one weekend. Okay, well, you don't have to worry. This isn't anything dangerous or illegal. Okay. What is it then? I'd like to hire you to pretend to be my boyfriend at my sister's wedding this weekend. For some reason, that prompts him to let out a loud bark of laughter, and I can't help noticing how attractive he is with his face lit up like that. And that startles the hell out of me because he is so not my usual type. I shake my head in annoyance. Get a grip, Sully. This is business. Why is that funny? I ask, mildly irritated. He shakes his head and lifts a hand to gesture at me. Because, well, look at you. I mean, I'm not into guys, and even I can tell someone who looks like you shouldn't need to pay for a date. Not a date, I clarify. I want you to pretend you're my ex-boyfriend, Andrew. I never told my family we broke up, so they're expecting me to bring him. Drew. I'm completely dumbstruck as I just stare at the man in front of me. I'm aware I probably look like a fish with my mouth just hanging open and my eyes bulging out, but I don't have any other mode right now. What he's asking is just so bizarre, I can barely wrap my mind around it. And yet, $25,000. That could go a long way toward covering our losses from the storm damage. Why can't you just tell your family you broke up? I ask, both confused and curious. Sullivan's flashy smile slides from his face, and he deflates slightly. Letting out a soft sigh, he admits, let's just say they're very protective of me. And they worry too much. I stare at him in confusion. The hulking guy in front of me seems like the last person on Earth who needs to be protected or worried about. Why? I mean, you look like you can take care of yourself, I clarify with a subtle nod. He offers a wry smile, his hand coming up to brush over his bearded jaw. It's because of the money. They worry that it attracts the wrong kind of people. And considering how my last few relationships have gone, they kind of have a point. I eye him critically. So you don't want to hear I told you so? Sullivan lets out a soft chuckle. Possibly. And you're willing to pay me $25,000 just to avoid it? I arch an eyebrow. A faint blush touches his cheeks, and he glances away for a moment, letting out another breath of laughter. It sounds a little sociopathic when you put it like that. I offer a wry grin, just getting all the facts straight. He lifts his hands up, palms out. Look, I promise I'm not usually like this. I just may possibly have had an opportunity to tell my mom we broke up, and instead of telling her the truth, I doubled down on the lie and... He lets out a deep sigh, shaking his head. I just really need an out. Fuck. I can't believe I'm actually feeling a little sorry for the guy. Just for the weekend, right? His eyes lit up with a mix of hope and tentative relief, and I know there's no way I'll be backing out now. Just the weekend, he assures me, nodding eagerly. After that, I'll let them know we broke up and it was amicable and all that. What about Deacon? I press. He's going to know this is all bullshit. Sullivan waves away my concern. Deke knows the whole sordid story about Andrew. He's cool, don't worry. He won't rat us out. Good, because I wouldn't want to lie to Deacon, I say firmly. Lie to Deacon about what? I hear my roommate asking from the living room. Peering around Sullivan's giant frame, I see Deacon standing there wearing an incredibly curious expression. "I found a solution," Sullivan announces, spinning to face his brother. "Drew here's coming to the wedding with me. He's going to pretend to be Andrew." "I am Andrew," I say wryly. Sullivan grins at me. "That's an excellent start." Chapter 4. Drew. "You're kidding me, right?" Jackson says, tossing his head back and practically crowing with laughter, making me instantaneously regret telling him about the deal I made with Sullivan Stapleton. Irritated, I toss a greasy cloth at his head as I pass by, heading for the Audi I'm working on. "It's not that funny." "It's pretty funny," he says with another chuckle, catching up to me. "I thought you said you didn't want to take money from any of those guys." "I'm not taking money," I correct. "I'm earning it." His mouth splits into a teasing grin. "Yeah, by pimping yourself out." I fold my arms across my chest and narrow my eyes at him. "I am not pimping myself out." "Then what do you call it?" he challenges, one eyebrow raised. I drop my arms and lift one shoulder in a casual shrug. "I'm just playing a part." He eyes me skeptically. "You know Solly's kinda affectionate with his boyfriends, right? He likes holding hands and kissing and stuff. You're going to have to do all that if you want to sell it properly." "I'm aware of that," I say, growing irritated again. "It's not a big deal." He crosses his arms over his chest and rocks back on his heels, his expression almost impressed. "Huh. Well, okay then. If you're cool with that, I guess it's all good. I don't think I could do it if I'm being honest." "Do what? Pretend to be gay?" My brows shoot up. "Really? Not even if Skylar asked?" Skylar Mason has been Jackson's best friend since they were about 5, and I honestly don't think there's anything Jax wouldn't do for the guy. He lets out a rough chuckle. "Sky would never ask. He knows I'm a terrible liar." "Well, lucky for Sullivan, I have a pretty good poker face." Jackson nods in acknowledgement. "That's true, I'll give you that." We get back to work after that, and I'm able to put the issue out of my mind for the rest of the morning. That is, of course, until Sullivan shows up at around midday for our prearranged suit shopping venture. I'm under the Audi when I hear his now familiar deep voice exchanging conversation with Jackson. "Hey man, heard you got yourself a new boyfriend," Jax teases. "Fuck off," Sullivan says good-naturedly. "Is he here?" "He's under there." I could only assume Jackson pointed to the Audi because the next moment, from the corner of my eye, I see a pair of very expensive, pristinely polished black leather shoes approach the side of the Audi before stepping around to the front. Deciding there's no point in putting this off any longer, I roll myself out from under the car and stare up into Sullivan Stapleton's expectant face. "So, should I assume you're not ready to go yet?" he asks, eyebrows raised. He doesn't seem pissed, more amused. That surprises me, if I'm being honest. People like Sullivan don't get the kind of success they have without putting in long hours with that whole time is money attitude, so I guess I would have expected him to be a little more irritated to show up here and find me completely filthy and most definitely not ready to go trying on suits. For the record, I didn't do this deliberately to keep him waiting. I just have a tendency to lose track of time when I'm working. I scramble to my feet and grab a nearby cloth, wiping my greasy hands. "Just give me a couple minutes." I'm expecting Sullivan to wait in the garage with Jackson as I go get changed, and it's not until I've washed my hands and have my coveralls unfastened and down around my waist that I realize he's followed me into the little office where we have lockers set up for me and Jax and the couple of other guys on staff here. Do you mind?" I ask a little incredulously once I notice him watching me about to shove my coveralls down my thighs. "Oh, shit. Sorry." Seeming genuinely embarrassed, he slaps a hand over his eyes, but doesn't leave the office like I was expecting him to. With an exasperated shake of my head, I decide to just get on with it. It's not like someone like Sullivan Stapleton would be interested in anything I have to offer anyway. I tug my coveralls off the rest of the way and replace them with a pair of jeans. I don't bother changing my t-shirt. I just slip a thin hoodie over the top and then throw on my leather jacket because it's a little chilly out today. I turn back to Sullivan, ready to tell him he can uncover his eyes, only to find he's already taken that initiative and is staring right at me. His only response to my arched brow is to shrug. What? I covered them for the important bit. I roll my eyes. Let's go. Sullivan. Of course you have a private driver, Drew says, making no effort whatsoever to hide his snark as he slides into the back of the sleek black sedan I use to get around the city. I merely shake my head in exasperation and slide in after him. Buckle up, I tell him once my driver, Bart, has closed my door and taken his seat in the front of the car. Let me guess, you have a private tailor, too? Drew asks, as we pull out into the Manhattan traffic. Well, it's not like he's just mine. He has other clients as well. This is stupid. I should just rent a tux, he groans, tossing his head back against the headrest, his thick thighs spreading wide as he throws his legs out in front of him. I manage to tear my eyes away from his denim-covered crotch, deciding I've already done enough ogling for one day. You'll be way more comfortable in a suit that's tailored to fit you. Nothing is going to make me feel comfortable in a suit, Sullivan. Judging by what I've seen of Drew's fashion choices so far, that's something I don't find difficult to believe. I can't help letting out a soft chuckle. Except maybe 25 grand? Drew lets out another aggravated groan. Fine. We'll get the suit. Like he had a choice. You know, there's a pretty big flaw in this plan of yours, he says in a hesitant tone. I already told you I never told anyone in my family what Andrew looks like. Deacon's the only one who ever met him, and he's in on this anyway. That's not what I was thinking, he mumbles, glancing away. My brows draw together in concern. What's the issue then? He lets out a heavy sigh before leveling me with a skeptical look. Well, I mean, come on. Do you seriously expect anyone to believe you're dating me? I blink a few times, confused by the question. Why wouldn't they? Drew rolls his eyes. Look, I know I don't swing your way, but I'm not blind. I can still appreciate that you're... He pauses for a moment, seeming to be having trouble finding his words. Like a fucking god. My eyes widen. What? He lets out a breath of annoyance. Oh, come on. You're the kind of guy that gay men probably throw themselves all over, and straight men wish they could look like. And I'm gorgeous, I say without even thinking. Admittedly, Drew isn't anywhere close to my usual type. I tend to go for lean, even skinny guys that are happy for me to toss around and dominate. But Drew, well, I can't deny I'm intrigued. At first, I thought it was just his face. He has the most incredible blue eyes, framed by long, thick lashes, and his smile is absolutely heart-stopping. But there's no denying the fact I turned into a creepy perv earlier when I watched him start to undress. If he hadn't caught me, I really don't think I'd have turned away when I should have. I was too eager to see more of his body. It might not be the kind of body I'd usually be into, but there have definitely been more than a few times I've caught myself wondering what it'd be like to grab onto those curves and just... And don't even get me started on the tattoos. Drew shakes his head. You don't have to do that. Do what? Lie. I feel my back teeth grating together with frustration. I don't lie, I say firmly. You're fucking sexy. I can't even tell you some of the thoughts I've had about you since last night because it'd totally creep you out. Those gorgeous baby blues widen in obvious surprise. Okay. I have the urge to reach out and pat his thigh in reassurance, but after what I just admitted, I doubt that's a great idea. Instead, I opt for a soft smile. Don't worry. All you need to do is act like you're crazy about me. People will believe we're together because it's far likelier than the possibility that I hired a straight guy to pretend to be my boyfriend. Chapter 5. Drew. So I'm officially doing this. I'm sitting in Sullivan Stapleton's Maserati on the way to his sister's wedding, where I'm going to pretend to be his boyfriend, in exchange for money. There's no going back now. Just try not to come all over the seat, Sullivan says in mild amusement. It's Italian leather. The words take a moment to penetrate my brain, and when they do, I jolt up in alarm, my hands flying across my lap to cover my crotch for some reason. The movement causes Sullivan to sputter with laughter while my cheeks flame hot. Fuck. Okay, seriously, get a grip, Drew. I drop my hands and let out a shuddering breath. So it turns out I wasn't rocking a hard-on or absent-mindedly jerking it or whatever. But I possibly might have moaned a couple times, really quietly I assure you, because this car, oh my God, this car, and I'm only in the passenger seat. What I wouldn't give to actually drive it. So you're a car guy? Sullivan asks. Obviously. It's not until after the word is out that I realize it's completely rude. Sorry, I mean, he gives a little shake of his head, the corner of his mouth tilting up in a wry smile. Nah, you're right. That was kind of a dumb question. I guess I should be asking something like, when did the obsession start? I shrug. I'm not sure. I can't remember ever not being into cars, if I'm being honest. But I never thought it would be my career until it actually happened. What were you planning to do before? I shake my head. I have no idea. I went to college on a swimming scholarship, so that was my life for a long time. I never really thought about what I'd do once I was done with it. It wasn't really until senior year that I was like, hey, I should probably figure out what I'm going to do with this business degree. So you decided to start a business? I nod. Yeah, basically. Sullivan smiles. I've got to admit, I wouldn't have picked you for a swimmer. I let out a rueful laugh. Yeah, I've kinda let myself go a bit since back then. The grin slips from his face, replaced with a tense expression. That's not what I meant, Drew. I glance out the window at the passing scenery, or lack thereof. The Long Island Expressway isn't exactly a treat for the eyes, and try to puzzle out what could have prompted Sullivan's sudden change in demeanor. One second, he's all mild and calm with friendly smiles, and the next, he's tense and agitated and gruff. Sorry, I didn't mean to... Sullivan cuts me off with a shake of his head. What stroke did you swim? I'm a little caught off guard for a moment, although I'm relieved to hear the friendly tone back in his voice. I'm still a little confused about what caused it to disappear a moment ago. Individual medley, and I was usually the backstroke leg in the team medley. Sullivan's gaze flicks to me for a second, and he gives a little nod, as though he thinks my answer makes sense. So, medley. That's like Ryan Lochte, right? My brows shoot up in surprise. Usually people say Phelps. Not that I was ever even in the same stratosphere as Phelps, or Lochte for that matter. Sullivan just shrugs. Lochte's hotter. I let out a burst of laughter. That's not really how they judge it. Lucky for Phelps, Sullivan jokes. You know, it kinda surprises me that you find Lochte attractive, I muse, eyeing him thoughtfully. I notice the corner of his mouth quirk up, but he keeps his attention on the road. Yeah? Why's that? I shrug. I don't know. I guess I just didn't figure you for the type who'd go for someone big and strong like you. I'd have thought you'd be more into twinks. Okay, first of all, there's a difference between finding someone hot and actually wanting to jump their bones. So you're saying if you met Ryan Lochte in real life, you wouldn't be tempted to jump his bones? I interrupt. I have met Ryan Lochte in real life, and I figured jumping him would probably get me kicked out of his house, so I decided against it. I stare at Sullivan, my jaw practically in my lap. Despite the incredible car, yesterday's shopping spree, and the fact that he's wearing a Cartier watch that I'm sure costs more than a year's rent on my apartment, I keep finding myself forgetting that Sullivan's a real-life billionaire. A real-life billionaire who evidently rubs shoulders with famous people, including world record-holding Olympic medalists. His house? I ask incredulously, my voice coming out kind of squeaky. How? Sullivan waves me away like it's no big deal. I made a ton of money for one of his sponsors. Friend of a friend type thing. Was Phelps there? Now Sully's looking at me like I'm an idiot. No. I slump back against my seat. I don't care if Sullivan doesn't think Michael Phelps is gold medal worthy hot. The guy's one of my all-time heroes. Second of all, Sully says as though I never interrupted, how do you even know the word twink? I live with your brother, I say simply. Sullivan frowns thoughtfully. Deacon doesn't have a thing for twinks, does he? I have no idea. I just happened to be there when he and Skylar were discussing some guy Sky hooked up with, and yeah. Sullivan snorts with laughter. Sky could definitely give you an education. I arch an eyebrow at him. Have you and Sky ever... God, no, he says with an adamant shake of his head. I think he'd be too much even for me to handle. No, the only guy from the team I've ever done anything with is Spence, and that was like 15 years ago. What about the other guys? I ask curiously. Any of them hook up? Sully shrugs. If they have, they haven't advertised it. Huh. You'd think with so many queer guys on the team, there'd be hookups happening left, right, and center. Or at least, that's what I kind of assumed. But maybe I'd had them pegged wrong. We drive on in comfortable silence for a few minutes before he asks, Do you miss it? The swimming, I mean? I draw in a breath as I mull over the question. Sometimes. But I knew pretty early on it wasn't going to be my career. I never had the kind of passion for it that I have for cars. He nods, and when he opens his mouth to speak again, I'm expecting him to ask more questions about my former life, but instead he shifts the conversation to more pressing matters. So, we should probably iron a few things out before we arrive at the inn. Good idea. I shift around in my seat and eye him warily. Are you sure your family's not going to be suspicious? I mean, I've only known you a couple days, and I already know I'm not your usual type. Which isn't a bad thing, Sullivan assures me. I don't see how, because my family hate my usual type, he explains. They think the guys I date are all posers, who are only interested in my money, and given my track record, they might have a point. I notice his grip tighten on the wheel as he draws in a steadying breath before continuing. But you'll be a breath of fresh air. My parents and sisters won't be able to fall back on their preconceived notions about my boyfriend because you won't be anything like what they were expecting. And the fact that you're friends with Deacon will give you a lot of points because he's known for being a good judge of character. Okay. So, now all we need to do is work out the specifics, he urges. I told my mom I was dating Andrew around 3 months ago, and I mentioned we'd already been together for 2 months before I told her. And I told her we met at a work thing, so... Is she going to remember all that? I ask doubtfully. Judy Stapleton remembers everything, Sullivan says matter-of-factly. Got it. So, what's the plan? We use the same timeline, but say we actually met through Deacon, which is obviously more believable. If Mom questions it, I can say I lied and told her we met at a work thing because you weren't quite ready to come out yet, and considering how much my mom loves to gossip, we didn't want to risk her spilling the beans to your mom. My stomach lurches as a sudden thought hits me. You think my parents are going to find out about this? Would it be a problem if they did? Sullivan asks in a careful tone. I draw in a shaky breath, attempting to regain my composure. Not exactly. They're not homophobic or anything, but they'd be confused for sure. You could always explain the real situation to them, Sullivan suggests with a shrug. As long as they don't tell my folks, I have no problem with them knowing. Yeah, I'm sure that'd go over well, I say dryly. Trust me, if they find out I was your date this weekend, I'll be going to my grave swearing I love cock. No way can I ever let them know I got paid to pretend to be someone's boyfriend. Chapter 6. Sullivan. Usually, I prefer being on my own whenever I take one of my cars out for a drive, but I have to admit, Drew was nice company for the trip over to the little inn where Willow will be getting married this weekend. It's surprising how easily conversation seems to flow between us, especially considering how obvious it is that Drew, and his parents apparently, has an issue with me having a lot of money. Maybe now he's starting to understand that being wealthy is just a tiny part of my life, and certainly not the most important part. Okay, I realize that just made me sound like an entitled asshole. Poor me, I'm so rich and misunderstood, right? But it's kinda the truth. When we get to the inn, Mom swoops down from the staircase that leads into the reception area in a way that makes me suspect she's been keeping a lookout for my car. Sullivan! Oh, I'm so glad you could make it tonight after all, she gushes as she strides over to wrap her arms around me. Now the whole family is here. Hey, Mom, that's great. I untangle myself from her hug and gesture to Drew. This is, Mom gasps, Deacon's Drew? My Drew, I grouch possessively, grabbing Drew's hand and threading my fingers through his. Mom stares between us, her mouth opening and closing in obvious surprise. But it's good to see you again, Mrs. Stapleton, Drew says, flashing a warm smile that makes my stomach flutter. Seriously, what is it with this guy's smile? I don't understand, Mom says, her expression still perplexed. Did Deacon forget something? Is that why Sullivan brought you here? I roll my eyes. Mom, this is Andrew, the boyfriend I told you about. I'm positive she already suspected this and is being deliberately obtuse for some reason. You most certainly did not tell me about this, she screeches. Why are you being so weird? I demand. I thought you liked Drew. Mom deflates, letting out a defeated sigh. Okay, if you must know, I bet your father that this Andrew person would be another of those fake, shiny, money-hungry types, she confesses. And don't get me wrong, I'm simply thrilled to see you're finally dating someone of actual substance, but now I'm down $200. Next to me, Drew is sniggering with so much amusement I'm tempted to elbow him in the ribs. Well, it serves you right for gambling on my happiness, I grumble. Now, if you'll excuse us, Drew and I are going to check in and get settled in our room. Mom smiles affectionately. Of course, honey. But don't take too long getting settled, she adds with a waggle of her brows. We have reservations in the restaurant in half an hour. She starts moving toward the stairs before turning back to face us. Oh, Drew, honey, I've spoken to the chef and they know all about your dietary requirements. He's actually very proud of his vegan menu, so you'll be well looked after. She disappears up the stairs and Drew turns to me, panic in his eyes. Did she say vegan? By chance of not being able to get into our rooms straight away, we arrive a little late to dinner. As we're about to walk into the restaurant, I reach out and run my hand over Drew's already pretty unruly hair, messing it up even more. Then I do the same to mine. "What are you doing?" he hisses at me. "They'll think we're late because we've been having sex. Here." I reach out and hastily attempt to smooth the hair that I've just messed up down. Now it looks like the perfect imitation of sex hair. I notice Drew's face burn bright red at the mention of us having sex, and I can't help chuckling to myself. That's only going to sell it more. "Come on." Taking his hand, I lead him into the restaurant and toward the table where my family is already seated. Drew and I take the 2 empty chairs in the center of the table, and I can't help feeling they've been strategically left there so my entire family can crowd us and grill us with questions. "Well, you look relaxed," Summer, the oldest of my 3 younger sisters, says with no small dose of innuendo in her tone. I relax back in my chair, taking the opportunity to sling my arm around the back of Drew's. I'm on vacation. Willow, my youngest sister, and the reason we're all here this weekend, gives a very unbridle-like snort. Sure, that's the reason. We managed to make it through most of dinner, with Drew picking unenthusiastically through some kind of lentil dish, before the topic of our relationship comes up again. This time it's my middle sister Blair, easily the most, well, let's call her unique of my siblings, who puts us in the firing line. "So, how'd this happen?" she asks, gesturing between me and Drew. "Deacon introduced us," I say simply. "Deacon?" Mom chides. "You didn't tell me about this." He shrugs. "I didn't know. They were very sneaky about it. I had no idea my roommate Drew and Sullivan's boyfriend Andrew were the same person," he says, spouting off the rehearsed line I gave him with perfection. "Well, I definitely wasn't expecting Solly to be dating a bear, that's for sure," Blair muses, her dark blue painted lips curved into a smirk. "I'm not sure you could call Drew a bear," I counter, silently begging Drew not to ask what a bear is. I didn't think it'd be necessary to tutor him in every piece of queer slang, but perhaps I should have. It turns out I have nothing to worry about. Without batting an eye, Drew lifts one shoulder in a casual shrug and flashes Blair an amused smile. I'll take it. "Well, I think you guys are sweet together," Summer says, offering a fond smile. "I hope you stick around for a while, Drew." "I plan to," he assures her. "In fact," he turns to look at me, and there's an evil glint in his eye that puts me on guard. "Should we tell them?" "Tell them..." Without waiting for me to catch on, he turns back to my family. "We were going to wait until after the wedding to announce it, but what the hell? We're engaged!" There's a momentary pause before my whole family starts whooping and cheering and congratulating us. My mom looks on the verge of tears. Deacon looks like he's barely containing his laughter. Fucking hell. "Sullivan, why didn't you tell us about this?" Mom demands, wiping under her eye with one finger. The only logical thing I can think to do is steer into the skid, so once again I decide to double down on the lie. We were going to say something after the wedding. We didn't want to steal Willow's thunder. "Oh, I don't mind," Willow gushes, looking almost as emotional as my mom. "This is wonderful news." I think it's Willow's fiancé, Dean, who starts it, but it doesn't take long for everyone at the table to start chanting for Drew and me to kiss. He looks at me a little hesitantly, but I just smirk back at him. He brought this on himself by going wildly off script. We start to lean in toward each other, but at the last second there's a clang of glasses, and I hear Deacon exclaiming, "Oh, shit!" The chanting stops as everyone at the table, including Drew and me, become distracted by the disaster unfolding in front of us thanks to Deacon, I'm pretty sure deliberately, knocking over a full glass of Merlot. We're engaged? I ask incredulously the second we get back to our room. You made me a vegan, Drew cries, as if that's a valid defense. I had to eat lentils. You realize we'll just have to get married now, right? I tell him, not even close to joking. If I was able to be straight with my mother, you wouldn't be here in the first place. Drew laughs, but then seems to realize I'm not joining in with him. Wait, you're joking, right? I shake my head. Nope. We should probably pick a caterer. They book up really far in advance. Drew groans and wipes a hand over his face in obvious frustration. This is ridiculous. We should just keep with the same plan. We break up in a few weeks like we said. An engagement can end just as easily as any other relationship. Sure, but you've gone and made it 1,000,000 times harder. I fold my arms across my chest and pin him with an annoyed look. Do you think my mom is going to accept that we decided we just weren't right for each other after we've committed to marry each other? No, I answer for him before steaming ahead. The only thing my family's going to accept now is some kind of irreconcilable difference. Can you think of any that doesn't make either of us look like a complete asshole? Drew opens his mouth, then closes it again. Then opens it again, then closes it. Finally, he says, Okay, yeah. I think we should book a caterer. My frustration evaporates instantly, and I can't help letting out a wry chuckle. Drew joins in as well, and soon we're both close to hysterics. We finally manage to calm down, and I know it's time to address the other issue that became glaringly obvious at dinner. I lift my hands up to run over my face, eyeing Drew hesitantly. There's something else we should probably work out. His brows shoot up. Yeah? What's that? Well, Deke saved us tonight, but my family's going to want to see us kiss. Especially now they think we're engaged. He straightens up and looks at me nervously. Right. Yeah. I thought that might be an issue. Look, I get that you probably don't want to. He shakes his head. No, it's fine. It's not a big deal. I've just never kissed a guy before. That's understandable. I'd wager most straight guys haven't. Drew offers a wry smile. Maybe we could practice? You know, so I don't accidentally choke on your beard or something when we're in public? I chuckle. I don't think that's likely, but yeah, I guess a little practice can't hurt. Okay. He gives a sharp nod, rubbing his hands together. Let's do this. Kiss me. A thrill of anticipation runs through me, and I have to scream at myself that this is just practice. This doesn't mean anything. Drew doesn't even want to do this. Even so, I'd be lying if I tried to say I haven't been fantasizing about kissing those lips for days now. On his cue, I step forward and cup his face with my hands. He lets out a sharp breath as I lean in to meet his lips. Anticipation, dread, excitement, I have no idea. I don't have time to analyze it in my desperation to close the distance. The second my lips touch his, I know this is a mistake. They feel just as perfect as I imagined, which is bad because once all this fake boyfriend shit is over, they'll be gone from my life, and who knows when, if ever, I'll find lips like this again. If only they were all dry and cracked and felt like sandpaper against my mouth, or if he tasted like Brussels sprouts or something equally hideous. Unable to help myself, I slide my tongue over Drew's lips, begging entry into his mouth. Whoa, dude, you went for the tongue, he cries, eyeing me accusingly as he jerks away. I just stare at him blankly. It was a kiss. What did you think I was going to do? Not start tonguing me, he says, as though that should have been obvious. I arch a curious brow. Was there something wrong with it? He runs a hand through his sandy hair, clearly uncomfortable. Well, no, not exactly, But we never mentioned tongue. I roll my eyes. You said you wanted to practice kissing me. This is how I kiss. Are you going to yelp and pull away like that when I kiss you tomorrow night? He rolls his eyes, waving a flippant hand. Fine. Do your worst. My worst, huh? I arch a challenging brow at him. Careful what you wish for, babe. Before he has a chance to respond, I claim his lips again, this time delving straight inside with my tongue. A thrill shoots through me as Drew kisses me back, his tongue colliding with mine in an intense, heady battle. He grabs at my torso, pulling me closer, and I spin him around, slamming him back against the wall of our room and plastering my body to his. When we finally break apart, both of us are breathing heavily, and the word disheveled is an understatement. Drew shakes his head, looking bewildered. You're going to do that tomorrow night? Okay, so I may have gotten a little carried away and forgotten we were supposed to be practicing our PDAs, not practically humping against the wall. I step farther back from Drew, taking a moment to adjust my very hard cock before offering a teasing grin. Of course. Chapter 7. Drew. I'm hard. Sullivan Stapleton just kissed the hell out of me, and now I'm hard. And yeah, I'm kinda freaking out just a little. Fortunately, I don't think he notices, or if he does, he doesn't draw attention to it. He simply strolls into the bathroom and closes the door. A moment later, I hear the shower running, and I breathe out a sigh of relief. At least I have a few minutes to myself so I can freak out in private. In something of a daze, I wander over to the bed and sink onto the mattress. Letting out a heavy sigh, I lift a hand and run it through my hair. Shit. This has never happened to me before. And I'm not just talking about kissing a guy. I already knew I'd never done that before. I mean this kind of reaction from a simple kiss. Don't get me wrong, I've always found kissing to be nice, but it's never been explosive. Maybe I've been doing it wrong? Or maybe Sullivan Stapleton just knows how to do it really, really right. I managed to will the hard-on away and get changed into my PJs before Sullivan emerges from the bathroom in a cloud of steam and wearing nothing but a towel, water still trickling down his broad chest. He spares a brief glance at me in my cotton pajama pants and Blink-182 t-shirt before striding over to his duffel bag and retrieving a pair of boxer briefs, sliding them on under the towel. Then he drops the towel, leaving him in nothing but his underwear. You want the bed? He asks me, as though he's not just standing there mostly naked. I'm fine with the floor. Aren't you going to... I gesture at him, prompting him to look down at his near nakedness. Glancing back up at me, he gives a casual shrug. This is how I sleep. Well, he pauses for a moment, his lips twisting into a teasing smirk. It's not exactly how I sleep, but I didn't think that would be appropriate. I give a wry shake of my head and turn away from him, pulling back the comforter on the bed. Thanks. I'll take the bed. I thought keeping track of Deacon and Sullivan's three sisters over the course of the weekend would be a seemingly impossible task. I figured Willow, the bride, would be easy enough to tell apart, considering she's, the bride. But I was worried about the others. All three girls are close in age, and I knew coming into this weekend, thanks to both Deacon and Sullivan, that the family as a whole is very tight-knit, something I saw for myself last night. But it only took me about 5 minutes after meeting them last night to realize my fears were completely unfounded. The sisters are as different as chalk, cheese, and something else that's completely different to chalk and cheese. And the one that sticks out most of all is Sully's middle sister, Blair. I feel kind of like some 80s rock song should start playing whenever she enters the room because she has that kind of presence that just demands attention. I'm pretty sure if she ever found herself in the same room as my sister Marissa, the two of them could easily find a way to take over the world. "You're not really a vegan, are you?" she asks dryly as we stand chatting at the rehearsal dinner. "What makes you say that?" I ask warily. "Because you've been eyeing those mini hamburgers the way Summer looks at all food when she's on a cleanse." She says that last word in the expertly mocking way only a younger sister could manage. Arching a challenging brow at me, she says, "Admit it. You want meat, Drew. You need it." I admit nothing. I fold my arms across my chest, holding firm despite the fact that every word she's saying is true. She snags a mini hamburger from a passing server and holds it in front of me, her lips curving in a teasing grin. "You sure? You don't even want a little taste?" "Blair Stapleton!" I hear Judy's voice growing closer as she chides her daughter. "What do you think you're doing taunting poor Drew like that? You might not understand it, and I may not understand it, but veganism is Drew's choice. Get that delicious hamburger out of his face." The irony is, if I really were vegan, having a piece of meat shoved in my face probably wouldn't be very tempting. Right now, however, being that I am, in fact, very much not vegan and have been denied meat for over 24 hours, I'm about 2 seconds away from biting off Blair's entire hand. "Well, it's good for the environment," I say, aware that I'm flailing about as I mentally try to dredge up anything I can think of about vegans. "Animals produce a lot of harmful gases." "Aren't you a mechanic?" Blair asks skeptically. "Yes, but this way I can offset the damage I do with my cars," I bullshit. Judy's expression turns thoughtful. "Well, that's admirable, I suppose." She wanders off to mingle with other guests, and Blair turns her inquisitive gaze on me again. "And now that Mom's gone?" I hold my hands up in a placating gesture. I stand by what I said. I'm not about to sell Sullivan out, even if it means going the whole weekend without meat or dairy. As the thought crosses my mind, my eyes seem to involuntarily scan the room until I locate Sully engaged in conversation with his dad and Willow's fiancé, Dean. As though he can sense me watching, he glances up and catches my eye, offering an encouraging smile that for some reason fills me with a weird, nervous feeling. We haven't been forced to put our kissing practice to use just yet, and if I'm being honest, I don't think it's going to come to that. Everyone seems to have just accepted that I'm Sullivan's boyfriend, and the hand-holding and other affectionate gestures seem to be enough to really sell the ruse. It's a relief, obviously, or at least that's what I'm telling myself. If I'm being truly honest, though, there's a little part of me that's kind of disappointed that I haven't had a chance to kiss him again. What can I say? He's a damn good kisser. And part of my brain, a very small part, mind you, can't help wondering what else he'd be good at. "So, Blair, honey, is this your new boyfriend?" I tear my gaze from Sullivan to see an elderly lady who I'm assuming must be one of the many great aunts. Apparently Judy's mom has 7 sisters, has approached Blair and me, and is studying me with a scrutinizing look. "And what exactly gave you that impression, Aunt Elsa?" Blair asks, folding her tattooed arms across her chest and staring at her great aunt in challenge. "Well," Aunt Elsa trails off, flicking her gaze back and forth between Blair and me. I try to hold in my sputter of laughter as I recognize the thoughts clearly telegraphed on her face. You two match. It's a reasonable point, I guess. I might be wearing long sleeves, but the ink that runs up my neck is still clearly visible through the open collar of my shirt. I did ask Sullivan if he thought I should take out my eyebrow and ear piercings, and he told me not to be an idiot. I guess to someone like Aunt Elsa, it was only a matter of time before pierced, tattooed, blue-haired Blair started dating someone just like her. Wanting to give the old woman a bit of a break, I stick my hand out for a greeting. "Hey, I'm Andrew, Sullivan's boyfriend." Aunt Elsa's brows shoot up in obvious surprise, and she glances across the room at Sully for a second before turning back to me. "Oh, my. Well, that's actually, Aunt Elsa, Drew's understating things. He and Sully are engaged," Blair pipes in. There's a satisfied glint in her eye that makes it clear she's thriving off wrong-footing her aunt. "Well," Aunt Elsa mutters, clearly lost for words. "Well," and without ever finishing her thought, she totters off on a precarious combination of high heels and walking cane. Okay. I'm not quite sure if I should be offended by that," I murmur to Blair as I watch Aunt Elsa retreat into the crowd. "Or should you be offended? Or should Sully be offended?" Blair lets out an inelegant snort. When it comes to Aunt Elsa, we should all be offended. It's later in the night that Sullivan catches up with me again. I'm waiting at the bar when I feel arms wrap around me from behind and a deep voice murmur in my ear, "Don't freak out. Just go with it." I'm not freaking out. I probably should be, though. Not because I find this uncomfortable or unsettling, but because I don't. It's actually kinda nice having Sullivan's strong arms wrapped around me and feeling his beard brush over my cheek as he nuzzles me. And the fact that I'm thinking that should definitely be weirding me out. But I decide to just enjoy it instead. "Sorry, I just realized it had been a while since I checked in with you," he says, before loosening his hold and spinning me to face him. "I got kind of caught up talking to people." "That's okay. Deacon and Blair have been keeping me company." Sullivan's face splits into a grin. "I thought you and Blair would get along." "Why?" I ask, my brow arching in challenge. "Because we both have tattoos?" Sullivan shakes his head. "Because she doesn't put up with any bullshit. And neither do you." My brow draws together in confusion. "How do you know I don't put up with bullshit? Probably suspecting I'm about to say we barely know each other in a room full of people who think we're engaged, he cuts me off with a broad grin. "I just do." And then he leans in and kisses me on the lips. It only lasts a second, but it's enough to know I want more. Chapter 8. Sullivan. "Can I ask you something?" Drew's husky voice cuts through the darkness of our room, jolting me out of my state of near sleep. "Of course." "It's kind of a weird question." I let out a soft huff of laughter, my favorite kind. "Okay, well, you know blowjobs, right?" And now I'm wide awake. I shift positions so I'm sitting up slightly and can see up onto the bed. Drew is lying on his back, staring up at the ceiling. "I'm familiar with them." "Well, does it feel different when a guy gives you one to when a girl gives you one?" Wow. I mouth the words silently, a brief wave of dizziness hitting me as my mind scrambles to think of reasons why he might be asking this question. The fact that I'm still a little buzzed from the rehearsal dinner tonight isn't really helping the situation. I honestly have no idea. I've never been given a blowjob by a girl. Never? I can tell by his tone that he's clearly surprised. I shake my head, even though I know he's not looking at me. I've known I'm gay since I was about 9. Never tried to convince myself otherwise. Huh. "Why are you asking?" I dare to venture. "I'm just curious. It's really different kissing a guy, and I just wondered. Most girls don't have as much facial hair as I do. Drew chuckles softly. True. But it's not just that. I can feel the tension drawing tighter inside the room as he takes a moment to gather his thoughts. When you kissed me, it was more powerful, I guess you could say. Dominant, maybe? I don't know. Whatever it was definitely more than any kiss I've had with a girl before. There's a long beat of silence before I dare to whisper, "And you liked it?" "Yeah." As if that's my cue, I slowly rise from my bed on the floor and take a few tentative steps toward Drew. He sees me coming and says nothing, so I continue to close the distance, eventually dropping down to sit on the very edge of the mattress. "And now you're wondering if you'd like me sucking your dick as well?" I see him visibly swallow as he gives a brief nod. "Yeah." Fucking hell. All I want to do right now is dive on top of him and show him just how well I can suck a cock. But I can't. Not until I know for sure it's what he wants. I pin my gaze on his, noting a trace of hesitation along with what is undoubtedly self-consciousness and maybe anticipation? Or maybe I'm just seeing what I want to see. "How curious are you?" I whisper. Drew's eyes widen slightly. "What?" I can't stop my tongue from peeking out to slide over my lips before I ask the question again. I am so desperate for this. My mouth is already watering. "Are you curious enough to try it out? Right now?" He blinks at me a couple times, once again swallowing down on his nerves. I didn't bring this up so you'd feel obligated." Fucking hell, I hate it when he says shit like that. I shake my head harshly. "Trust me, baby. That is the last thing I'm feeling right now," I growl. He glances away, and even in the darkness, I can see the faint blush that touches his cheeks. Reaching out, I grip his chin gently and turn his face back to me. "I need you to tell me, Drew. Do you want me to suck your cock right now?" He stares at me for a long moment before letting his eyes fall closed with the briefest of nods. "Yeah, I do." "Are you sure?" I ask warily. That answer wasn't exactly ringing with enthusiasm. I can't tell if he's nervous because I'm a guy or if there's something else that's bothering him. You know me sucking you off doesn't mean you're all of a sudden gay, right? If that's what you're worried about. His eyes flash open, and he stares at me like I've just insulted him. "No, that's not what I'm worried about." He draws in a steadying breath and then lets it out. "It's just, I know this isn't exactly everyone's favorite thing to do, and I kinda feel like I've pressured you into this." I rear back in absolute horror at what I'm hearing here. Okay, yes, I know blowjobs aren't everyone's thing, and that's fine. People have different preferences when it comes to sex, and I can fully support that. What I'm not okay with is that I've now pinpointed the emotion that crossed Drew's face when he admitted he wanted me to suck him off. It was shame. And considering he clearly has no qualms about the fact that I'm a guy, the only thing I can surmise is that his issue is with the act itself. At some point in his past, someone has made him feel like asking to be pleasured in this way is somehow wrong. And that is something that needs to be rectified right the fuck now. With an annoyed huff, I reach over to the nightstand and switch on the bedside lamp, flooding the area with soft light. I don't mean to be creepy right now, but do you see what's happening here? I gesture at the front of my boxer briefs and the very obvious hard-on straining through the fabric. Drew's eyes widen at the sight. What? You're doing that, I explain gruffly, cutting him off before he can ask another question that will piss me off. And for the record, it's not him I'm getting annoyed at. It's whoever these faceless people from his past are that have filled him with all this self-doubt. Just the thought of taking you in my mouth has me so turned on I can barely think, I admit. You really want to do that? He asks, and I hate that there's so much awe and disbelief in his voice. I lean forward so my face is closer to his, making sure he can read the sincerity in my expression. Yes, I really do. But only if you want it. He nods, his whole body seeming to relax a little. I want it. My mouth quirks up as a thrill of anticipation runs through me. Now it's time to play. You want what? Drew stares at me in confusion. You know, what we've been talking about. I arch an eyebrow at him. Going to need you to say it out loud, babe. Unable to resist touching him anymore, I slide my hand down his chest, my eyes locked with his as I skim the hem of his t-shirt. He draws in a sharp breath as my fingertips brush over a strip of soft skin. I want you to suck me, he murmurs. My tongue sneaks out to run over my lips again, my entire body thrumming with desire. Say that again. I missed it. Just as he's about to answer, I slip my fingers down farther below the waistband of his pajama pants. Fuck! Suck my dick, he cries, practically flying off the bed as he arches up at my touch. I toss the sheets back to uncover Drew's lower half, my mouth going dry at the sight of his thick erection tenting his pants. Slowly, I delve my hand deeper into his pajamas until I can wrap it around his hard, pulsing cock. Drew hisses through his teeth at the contact, his eyes falling closed. This cock? I continue to tease. Fuck, yes, he groans. Fuck, I want your mouth on me. Not yet, I don't think. And even though it's the last thing I want to do, I let go of his cock and withdraw my hand. Drew's eyes snap open, and he stares at me in clear distress. No! What are you doing? Grinning, I climb up onto the bed and swing one leg over his body so I can hover over him. Don't worry. We'll get there. But I've changed my mind about letting you choose which type of blowjob you want. His brows draw together in confusion. There are different types? I shake my head in dismay. Oh, Drew. Absolutely. There's the one where I take that gorgeous cock out and just start sucking until you shoot down my throat, also known as the quickie. It's incredibly tempting and ultimately pretty satisfying, but it's kind of like the fast food of blowjobs. There's nothing all that special about it. Then there's the one where I roll onto my back and you fuck my face, I tell him, arching a brow at the way he bites his lip with clear interest. That one's more like the spicy food of blowjobs. It'll make your eyes water and your throat burn, and it's definitely not for everyone. But the people who love it tend to become pretty addicted. Are you one of the people who love it? He asks, the hoarse quality of his voice sending a shiver up my spine. I grin. Oh yeah. I fucking love getting rough with a BJ, and it makes no difference if I'm the giver or the receiver in that situation. Although, if I'm being honest, it's been a hell of a long time since I've been the recipient, seeing as how most of the guys I date prefer to be dominated. Is that what you want to do now? Drew questions. My mouth quirks up in a wry grin. Tempting, but no. Tonight, I want to do the full 9-course tasting menu. And that is where I strip you bare and worship every inch of your beautiful body before finally finishing you off with my mouth. His eyes flare with surprise, but there's undeniable heat there as well. Seriously? You really want to do that? You have no fucking clue how much I want to do that, I say in a harsh whisper. And because I can't fucking hold back any longer, I dip my head down and seal my lips against his. I wasn't supposed to do this. We're not practicing right now, and we sure as hell don't have an audience. I shouldn't be kissing him, but I don't care. I need him to know that he's wanted and desired, even if it's by someone he won't ever be attracted to in turn. Besides, I've been dying for another kiss ever since my lips left his earlier tonight, so let's not pretend this is completely selfless. Just as I'm about to pull back, I feel Drew's tongue sneak out to tangle with mine. I groan against him, delving in for another kiss that only grows more insistent when I feel him arch up against me, his thick cock grazing the inside of my thigh. Tearing away from him, I grab desperately at his t-shirt. Off. This needs to come off. I need to see you, I growl. He helps me yank off his t-shirt, and I let out an audible groan as I get a glimpse of the sexy as fuck ink I've been curious about for days. The design, full of thick black lines and red and green shading, spans the width of Drew's sternum, curling over both shoulders. Then it gets narrower as it travels down his chest, leaving a diagonal divide between the inked half of his stomach and the bare half. The ink disappears under the waistband of his pajamas, and I'm not sure if I've ever been more desperate to get a guy's pants off than I am now. I tug his waistband down, my mouth watering as I watch his hard cock spring free. My eyes only linger on it for a moment, though, because my attention is back on the ink, which I now notice curves around Drew's hip. Jesus, does it ever end? The back of my thigh, he murmurs. Fuck, I need to see this. Chapter 9. Drew. Can you turn over? Sullivan asks gruffly once he's tossed my pajama pants aside. I swear I just want to check out the ink. I'm not going to try anything. I wouldn't complain if you did. I bite down on my lip and quickly turn over, startled by the thought that just entered my mind. Seriously, what the fuck? Since when would I be okay with a gay guy doing whatever it is gay guys do in my ass area? The answer comes as I feel his fingers gently brush over my thigh and then up across my ass, tracing what I know is the intricate design of my tattoo. Since I met Sullivan. Well, one thing's for sure. Your artist was straight. What makes you say that? He lets out a soft chuckle, 'cause no gay guy could have produced a design this flawless if they'd had this ass shoved in front of them. Before I have a chance to respond to that, I feel it. His lips and his tongue tracing over my ink. He starts down the very bottom at the back of my thigh, just above my knee, and slowly moves upward, over my ass and around the curve of my hip. He doesn't go anywhere near my asshole, and I find I'm weirdly disappointed by that. But that only lasts a moment, however, because once he gets to my hip, he prompts me to roll back over, and I feel his hand wrap around my straining cock as he continues kissing his way over my ink. My fingers grip at the sheets, and I can't seem to hold back my groan as he makes his way farther up my body. The sensation of his beard brushing over my skin, combined with his hot tongue, is almost too much to bear. Not to mention the way his large hand is lazily stroking my cock, teasing and tormenting me, but not doing nearly enough to actually get me off. Fuck. Oh my God. I groan, thrusting up into his hand as I desperately seek more of that friction. Sullivan chuckles, scorching my skin with his heated breath. Patience? Fuck patience. Need your mouth on me? You have my mouth on you, he murmurs. And before I can counter that, he moves up farther, swiping his tongue around my left nipple. Oh, Jesus. I never really considered my nipples to be all that sensitive before, but what he's doing now is making me dizzy with need, and I swear if he keeps this up, I might not even need him to suck me. But of course, he doesn't stay there long. He continues his upward path, traveling over my ink with his lips. When he releases my cock, I almost feel like I want to die. But then his hands are on me, sliding over my heated skin in a way that makes me think of that word he used earlier. Warship. I should feel uncomfortable right now, with Sullivan's large, masculine body practically draped on top of me. But I don't. All I feel is his unabashed hunger and desire for me. And when his hard dick briefly brushes against my thigh, it doesn't weird me out in the slightest. Instead, it gives me a kind of thrill knowing he's so turned on by me. God, you're so fucking sexy, he growls in my ear as his kisses roam over my neck. Half an hour ago, I'd have probably laughed that comment off, but right now I feel sexy. Even back when I was more, athletic, no one ever made me feel like this. Fuck, you're making me... Jesus, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. I'm so turned on right now. Just need... He chuckles against me again. I know what you need, babe. And just as slowly as his upward journey was, he starts his descent. My entire body thrumming with anticipation because I know what's finally about to happen. But of course, once he gets to my cock, he doesn't start sucking right away. Instead, he nudges my thighs apart and ducks his head, planting kisses along the inside. Fuck, I'm going to kill you, I groan, tossing my head back. We both know it's an empty threat. If I kill him, he'll never give me what I want. I feel Sullivan laughing against my thigh, the fucker, but then he sits up and finally returns his grip to my poor, neglected cock. I'm so fucking hard now it hurts. Are you healthy? He rasps, stroking me lazily with one hand. Huh? I blink at him in confusion. I get asthma sometimes. Sullivan's eyes twinkle in wry amusement. I meant sexually. My face heats with embarrassment. Of course that's what he was talking about. I manage to nod. I'm good. Perfect, he murmurs, before swiping his thumb over the head of my cock and collecting a few drops of pre-cum, causing me to hiss through my teeth at the contact. His eyes locked on mine, Sullivan brings his thumb to his mouth and sucks it. And I almost come right there when I see the blissful expression on his face as he tastes me. Jesus, Sully. It's all I can manage to rasp out as I watch him lick his lips and direct a hungry gaze at my twitching cock. Going to need more of that, he says in that sexy growl. Wait. When did I start thinking his voice is sexy? I have no time to contemplate this because the next second Sullivan has dropped his head and is taking my cock in his hot, wet mouth. And oh my God. I have no idea whether it has anything to do with gender, but I can definitely say I've never had anyone suck my dick quite like this before. He's so eager, so hungry. It takes all my willpower not to thrust violently down his throat, and when I snap and accidentally do it anyway, he doesn't seem one bit fazed. If anything, he encourages it. Vaguely recalling our earlier talk of spicy food blowjobs, I decide to just go for it and let go. If he doesn't like it, he can easily stop me, but judging by the way he's groaning around my cock, it doesn't seem like that's on the cards. With my fists balled into the sheets, I snap my hips up over and over, fucking Sullivan's throat until I feel my climax ripping through me. I don't manage to give much of a warning, but he doesn't complain. In fact, the look on his face as he swallows my load is one of absolute bliss. He lets my spent cock fall from his mouth and starts to move off the bed. I'm so high from the orgasm I don't even realize what I'm doing when I reach out for him. "Where are you going?" He arches an eyebrow at me. "To take care of a situation." He gestures at the front of his boxer briefs, where his erection is impossible to miss. "What are you going to do?" I ask curiously. He lets out a soft chuckle. "What do you think?" "You can jerk off here," I suggest. He eyes me skeptically. "You want to watch me jerk off?" "Yes." I'm not brave enough to say the actual word, though, so I just nod. "Okay." And without any further warning, he eases down his briefs and kicks them away, leaving him standing before me completely naked, his hard, glistening cock right there in my eyeline. "But I might need your help." I swallow hard and manage to tear my gaze from Sullivan's cock, looking up at his face instead. His expression seems to be a mix of curiosity and amusement. "What kind of help?" I ask, a little alarmed at how raspy my voice sounds. He reaches out with one hand to gently trace the ink on my chest, his eyes dark with obvious hunger. "You can say no," he assures me. "No to what?" "To painting your body with my cum." I shudder, and it takes me a moment to realize it's from desire. That's not something that should turn me on. Yesterday, the idea would have been ludicrous, but right now, the idea of Sullivan marking me in that way, combined with that possessive, hungry glint in his dark eyes, has me so turned on that if I hadn't just orgasmed, I'd be hard as stone. "Yes." I say the word out loud this time, but it's barely a whisper. Not because I'm hesitant, but because I can barely think straight. I'll analyze what all this means for me tomorrow. Right now, I need this. I need him to mark me. "Come on me." Sullivan's eyes widen slightly, and I briefly wonder what surprised him, but I can't dwell on it for long because he doesn't waste much time in climbing back onto the bed and straddling me. I watch in fascination as he takes his hard length in one of his large hands and starts jerking off, the muscles of his powerful body straining as he works himself. I'm tempted to lift my hands and run them over his body, but I don't. I'm not quite there yet. Perhaps sensing my thoughts, Sullivan leans forward to murmur in my ear, "Did you want to help?" "I thought I was helping," I joke. "Oh, you are, babe. Trust me, you are," he says with a grin. "I meant, do you want to touch me?" "Yes." I ball my fists into the sheets and give a sharp shake of my head. Not right now." "That's okay," Sullivan assures me. He drops a soft kiss to the side of my mouth, but before he can pull back, I tilt my head and kiss him properly. He groans against my lips, his tongue thrusting into my mouth and tangling with mine. Powerful. That is definitely the word for it. Everything about Sullivan Stapleton exudes power, and his kisses are no exception. Heady and intense and goddamn intoxicating. You could drown in Sullivan Stapleton's kiss. With a harsh curse, he tears his lips from mine and pulls back, his hand flying over his cock as his orgasm approaches. A moment later, he lets out a loud groan as hot cum covers my chest. This is the part that should feel weird. Now that it's over and I'm lying here with another guy's cream all over me, but the way Sullivan is looking at me right now feels anything but weird. It feels exactly fucking right. Chapter 10. Sullivan. Something feels different when I wake up, and it takes me a moment to realize it's that I'm sleeping on the bed, not on the floor, and Drew's hand is resting in mine. We're not cuddling, although I have an insanely strong urge to pull him into my arms and hold him tight. I have a feeling that could send him running, however, so I back off. I run my gaze over him, noting that he's still on his back, and his chest is still covered in my now dried cum. Fuck. I'm an asshole. I should have cleaned him up last night. I was so blissed out after the orgasm, I just collapsed next to him and passed out. I want to clean him up now, but I worry that could be another thing that might send him running. Hell, who am I kidding? The second he wakes up to find cum all over his chest, he's likely to bolt. It's a good thing I already gave Jax the money for the repairs to the auto shop, because I doubt Drew would take it after last night. I can't regret it, though. Not something that amazing. As much as I want to wake Drew and hammer him with questions about what last night meant for him and us and where we go from here, or even better, smother him with kisses and take that gorgeous cock in my mouth again, I know that's not what he needs right now. So instead, I gently pry his hand from mine and slide off the bed. As quietly as I can manage, I dress in jeans, a sweater, and a wool jacket and head downstairs and out of the inn to take a walk along the beach. It's barely dawn, and there's a frigid breeze whipping off the water that has me pulling my jacket tight around my body as I walk. Deciding I need some help unraveling all the thoughts spinning around in my head, I dig my phone out of my pocket and give Charlie a call. I know he'll be awake despite the early hour. The bastard barely sleeps. "Hey, man, how are the nuptials?" Charlie asks brightly upon answering my call. "See?" I nod absently, drawing my jacket even tighter around me as I trudge across the sand. I'm not sure why my sister thought the beach in late October would be the ideal wedding venue, but whatever. Still pending. Last night was just the rehearsal dinner. The wedding's this afternoon. Oh, I think I already knew that. And how's your boyfriend? He teases. I sigh. Actually, that's what I needed to talk to you about. I'm intrigued. I groan inwardly. Charlie is probably the last person I should be telling about this. The guy has no discretion. Not unless you're one of his clients, at least. We, well, kind of messed around a little last night, I admit. I have to forcibly remind myself I'm standing in a public space and on the phone with my best friend, because even just thinking about last night has me turned on beyond words. Wow, okay. And what? Now you need legal advice? That snaps me out of my horny haze. What? Why would I need legal advice? You're paying the guy, right? A sharp burst of panic hits me as I wonder, is that why he did it? Did he think he was under some kind of obligation? But as soon as the thought reaches my brain, I shake it off. Drew was the one who initiated things last night, and I gave him multiple opportunities to walk away. I've already paid, I tell Charlie. I gave the money to Jax the other day. Okay, well, in that case, legally... I'm not asking for legal advice, asshole, I growl. Can you quit with lawyer mode for a second and just be a buddy? Whoa, okay. What's the issue then? I draw in a deep breath before letting it out slowly. He's straight. Or at least he thinks he's straight. Whatever. I shake my head sharply, even though I know Charlie can't actually see me. Based off last night, I know he's into me, but I'm worried about pushing too hard and freaking him out. There's a thoughtful pause on the other end of the line before Charlie suggests, maybe you should talk to Spence? I pause in my step. Why? Because he did the whole closeted thing for ages? Yeah, until he was forced out by my asshole ex. He might be able to offer some perspective about the situation with Drew that you and I and the other guys don't have. I can't talk to Spencer about this, I mumble, absently towing at a rock in the sand. Charlie sighs. He's not mad at you, Sully. Whatever. I'm not sure he would have much insight here anyway. Drew's not closeted. At least, that's not the impression I've gotten. He legitimately thought he was straight. Okay, well, maybe whatever happened with you guys last night was just a one-time experiment kind of thing, Charlie suggests. But I don't want it to be a one-time thing. I bite back, mildly aware that I sound like a petulant 2-year-old. And I want a threesome with the Beckhams. You can't always get what you want, buddy. After ending the not remotely helpful at all conversation with Charlie, I trudge back to the inn, where I find staff bustling around the place while my mom walks around ticking things off a list. "Oh, there you are, honey," Mom says as soon as she sees me. "I wondered where you'd got to." My brow creases in confusion. It's 7:30 in the morning. Why were you wondering about me at all? Well, I saw Drew in the breakfast room, and you weren't with him. Her face crumples with obvious worry. You didn't have a fight, did you, sweetheart? I shake my head adamantly. What? No, everything's fine. I just wanted to go for a walk and didn't want to wake him. That causes Mom to practically swoon. She clutches her clipboard to her chest, her eyes shining with emotion. Oh, Sullivan. Mildly alarmed now, I step forward, placing my hand on Mom's shoulder. Mom, are you okay? She nods. I'm just so happy to finally see you settled. He's not exactly who I pictured. I agree with Blair on that one, but he's such a sweet boy. Don't screw it up. Oh, geez. No pressure or anything. I pat her shoulder awkwardly in response to her warning. Thanks. I'll do my best. Remembering that she mentioned Drew was in the breakfast room, I leave my mother to her supervision of the inn staff and go to find my fiancé. Okay, fine, fake fiancé. I have to admit, though, I'm really starting to hate the word fake. I find Drew seated at a table with Deacon and Blair, and they appear to be finishing up their breakfast. Sliding into the chair beside him, I lean over to graze a hand over Drew's shoulder and nuzzle at his neck for a moment before pulling back and letting my hand fall to rest on his thigh under the table. Oh God, you guys are just right there in that desperately in love, needing to touch each other every second stage, aren't you? Blair asks, her nose screwed up in annoyance. We sure are, I respond without missing a beat, leaning over again to brush a kiss over Drew's jaw. I'm half expecting him to tense up at the gesture, but he doesn't. In fact, he does the opposite, his whole body relaxing at the touch. Under the table, his hand finds mine resting on his thigh, and he threads our fingers together. Across from us, I see my brother roll his eyes in obvious exasperation, but right now I couldn't care less what Deacon thinks. Drew is holding my hand. He welcomed my kiss. He's comforted by my presence. I have no idea where we're going from here, but right now, those are the only facts that matter. After we're done with breakfast, I plan to get us back to our room so we can talk, and, if at all possible, sneak in a repeat of last night. But it seems the universe has other plans. I never realized there was so much shit for the bride's brother to be roped into doing on a wedding day. I assumed my job consisted of getting dressed in an awesome tux, showing up to the ceremony on time, and smiling in a few pictures. But apparently that's not the case. At least, not according to my mom, anyway. I spend the hours between breakfast and the afternoon ceremony attending to elderly relatives and helping Dean rehearse his lines, a task that seems a little redundant to me, considering all he needs to do is repeat after the minister. How did I manage to get on the hook for this and not my other siblings? Well, as we've already learned, I have an innate inability to say no to my mother. It's a sickness, really, and I'm coming to the realization she's aware of it and is using it to her advantage. "You're such a good boy," she says with an affectionate pat of my cheek after I'm done helping 84-year-old Aunt Ida to her seat. "Thank you for helping today, honey." I let out an exasperated sigh. "Anytime, Mom." "Oh, there's my future son-in-law," she cries, a bright smile lighting her face as she gazes past me. "Look at him, all handsome." As I turn around, I expect to find Dean has entered the chapel, but instead I feel my stomach flip as I lock eyes with Drew, who's looking absolutely edible in the tux I bought for him. Finally managing to extract myself from my mother's clutches, I stride across the room until I'm right in front of Drew. I take his face in my hands and draw him toward me, sealing my lips against his for a soft, slow kiss. "Been waiting to do that all day," I murmur as we break apart. Okay," Drew utters, clearly a little dazed. I let out a soft breath of laughter and thread my fingers through his. "Come on, we should go grab a seat before Mom ropes me into helping again." Chapter 11. Drew. "May I have this dance?" I shiver at the words spoken into my ear from directly behind me, that deep, sexy voice one I'd know anywhere, which is weird now that I think about it, considering only a few days ago I couldn't have picked it out of a crowd if I tried. Waving away the bartender who was just about to serve me, I spin to face Sullivan, who's standing there with a cocky grin on his face and his hand outstretched. Not really having much of a choice in the matter, the whole fake boyfriend thing and all, I take his hand and allow him to lead me onto the dance floor, where several other couples are already slow dancing to the Bryan Adams song the band is covering. Sullivan pulls me in close against him, and I can't help letting out a soft sigh of contentment as I feel his arms wrap around me. I have no idea what's going on here. Ever since this man stormed into my life, everything's been thrown completely off kilter. But I do know that I like being close to him. I like being in his arms. I like feeling his body heat against mine, his breath on my skin. I've never experienced that with anyone before, and I sure as hell can't explain it now, but I like it. "This okay?" he murmurs in my ear. "Yeah. It's perfect." He draws back a little, his lips grazing my cheek as he moves. His eyes burning into mine, he asks softly, "Do you regret what we did last night?" I shake my head, giving the only answer I can give. No. The relief in Sullivan's expression is obvious, and I'm hit with a sharp pang of guilt for not putting him at ease about this earlier. He must have been worrying about this all day. The corner of his mouth tilts up, and he quirks a questioning brow. "Are you interested in doing it again?" This is a tougher question to answer, and it's one I've been battling with ever since I woke up this morning. The knee-jerk answer is hell yes. Of course I want a repeat of literally the most epic sex I've ever had, ever. But it's not as simple as that, is it? I have no idea what this means for me. I've never done anything with a guy before. I've never wanted to do anything with a guy before. Or at least, not that I've been consciously aware of. I have a lot of confusion that I need to unravel, and I'm not sure messing around with Solly's going to help me do that. I'm not sure, I admit. I don't know what I want. That's okay. I'm not going to push. He offers a soft smile, lifting a hand to brush my cheek. Just so you know, I'm here. And not just for blowjobs, he adds with a chuckle. I mean, if you want to talk. I smile weakly back at him. Thanks. With a heavy sigh, he drops his hand and returns it to my waist. It's probably a good thing we don't have another night here. I think I'd be likely to die from the effort of keeping my hands off you all night. I let out a soft breath of laughter, offering a teasing grin. Well, if it were a matter of life or death. Sullivan groans softly, his eyes turning dark. Okay, I think I need to extricate myself from this dance before I maul you right here on the dance floor. Deacon and I drive back to the city after the wedding, and I spend most of the trip completely lost in thought, mulling over everything that's happened with Sullivan this weekend and what it all means. He offered to drive me home instead of Deke, but we'd agreed on this arrangement at the start of the weekend. It makes sense with Deacon and I sharing an apartment in Brooklyn after all. And considering I was already way too tempted to jump Sully's bones with a whole room full of people as a buffer, I knew I couldn't be trusted not to act on the impulse if we were stuck together in his very sexy, very small sports car for the more than an hour trip back to the city. Is there something going on between you and my brother? Deacon asks, jolting me out of my thoughts with the force of a sucker punch. I jerk in my seat before managing to compose myself, taking a deep breath and then turning to gaze at my roommate. There's an uncharacteristic frown on his face, which prompts me to start shifting uncomfortably in my seat. What? No. I don't. We were just pretending. Deacon sighs. Save it. Either you guys are better actors than George and Brad, which, judging by this little performance right now, he lifts his hand briefly from the wheel to gesture lazily at me, I tend to doubt, or there's actually something going on. I swear I thought you were about to start going at it right there on the dance floor earlier. I consider protesting further, but then deflate, falling back against my seat and staring doggedly out the windscreen as I admit, we did some things last night. Did you sleep together? Deacon presses. What? No! Jesus! I mean, yes, technically we fell asleep on the same bed, but I know that's not what Deacon's asking. He wants to know if we had sex. Sex. Dick and butt sex. I feel like I'm about to break out into a cold sweat at the thought. And the thing is, it's not the actual act that's freaking me out. It's the fact that last night I was so fucking turned on, there's not a shadow of doubt in my mind that if Sullivan had suggested it, I would have agreed without hesitation. And even now, I'm half regretting that I didn't get to try it. Jesus Christ, what the hell is going on? Okay, shit, it was just a question. Calm down. He eyes me warily for a moment before returning his attention to the road. He didn't, you were into it, right? Yeah, I was into it, I admit, running a hand over my face as the exhaustion and anxiety catches up to me. That's the part I'm having trouble with. Deacon lets out a heavy sigh of relief. I was going to say that didn't sound like Sully. He pauses in thought for a moment before asking, So, you've never been with a guy before? I shake my head. No. You know a one-time experiment doesn't automatically make you gay, right? What if I don't want it to be just a one-time thing? I venture. He shrugs. That doesn't necessarily mean anything either. Maybe Sullivan's a one-off, he suggests. There are plenty of otherwise straight folk who are attracted to a single person of their own gender. Maybe, I concede, although the more I think about my situation, the more doubtful I am that straight is the right word to describe me. The car fills with silence, and I turned to stare out the window, lost in thought for a long moment. Finally, I hear Deacon's sigh and turn to see his face has formed into a tight frown. Look, if you feel like you need to work this shit out by experimenting with Sully, then you should just go for it. But be upfront with him about what you want from the beginning. He's not the type who does casual flings or meaningless sex. He likes being in relationships, and he falls pretty quickly. He casts me a brief, apprehensive look before glancing back to the road. I can already tell he started to fall for you. The words should scare me, but all I feel is blazing warmth deep in my chest. I know there's no future with Sullivan. There can't be. He's a billionaire, for God's sake. And he's still messed up about what his asshole ex did to him. Definitely not the ideal frame of mind for starting a new relationship. Oh yeah, and he's a guy. But I can't deny the idea of exploring this newfound side of my sexuality with him is incredibly tempting. What exactly are you saying, Deke? I press, aware that I should be treating the absence of Deacon's usual sunny disposition with trepidation. I'm saying don't hurt my brother, he warns. If you do, that's it for us, man. We're done. Chapter 12. Sullivan.
Sullivan, there's an Andrew Hammond downstairs,
Belinda announces from the doorway of my office.
Says he's here for you.
I nod, unable to help the slight curve of my lips. Yep, he sure is. Belinda gives a wry shake of her head and returns to her desk, presumably to let downstairs security know it's okay to let Drew up. I, meanwhile, get up from my desk and start striding aimlessly around my office, before deciding it would be better to stay at my desk and make it look like I'm working. As if I've been able to concentrate on anything today when my brain's been occupied by a certain sexy tattooed, maybe not so straight after all man and the noises he made when I swallowed his cock the other night. It killed me to see him leave the wedding with my brother last night, but I know it was probably for the best. I doubt I'd have been able to make it all the way back to the city without pulling the car over and ravishing him. Not that I consider that an altogether bad idea, but I promised myself I'd give Drew time to come to terms with this and decide what he wants. Riding him in the front seat of my Maserati is not what I'd call giving him time. Yeah, behind the desk is definitely the best option, considering I'm now rock hard, and not for the first time today after daydreaming about Drew. To say I've been unproductive in my work today is a dramatic understatement. I glance up the second Belinda shows him into my office, my eyes clashing immediately with his pale blue ones. I'm not entirely unsurprised to see an expression of irritation on his face, although I'm a little disappointed to know he hasn't just stopped by my office because he's so desperate for me to suck him off again. Drew, I offer a pleasant smile. Good to see you again. His eyes narrow in clear annoyance. You gave the money to Jackson. Last week. I shrug. You said it was urgent. Yes, but... I rise from my chair and walk slowly toward him, our gazes locked as I approach. Are you saying that if you'd known the money was already secure in Jax's hands, you wouldn't have let what happened on Saturday night happen? I prod. That you only did it because you were being paid? Drew's brows shoot up, his expression incredulous. What? No! I smile. Good. Because I don't pay people for sex. I didn't think that, he says softly, his face flaming in a blush so adorable I want to brush kisses over his entire face. Come with me. I grab his hand and tug him into my private bathroom, closing the door behind us and pressing Drew up against it. Now, why don't you tell me why you're actually here? He breaks off, glancing around the room with wide eyes. Shit, you have a full bathroom in your office? Jax and I are lucky to have a working toilet. I spare a brief glance for the walk-in shower before returning my attention to Drew. I usually work out in the morning before work. And you can't shower at the gym? I could, but I don't have to, I say simply. Now, why are you here, Drew? I told you why I'm here, he says, his bottom lip jutting out in an adorable pout. I smirk. No, you didn't. You spouted off some bullshit about me already paying Jackson, but we both know that's not why you're really here. His brows shoot up. We do? I nod sagely. We do. He bites his lip in obvious hesitation before admitting, I wanted to see you. Those words alone make my stomach flutter with happiness, but then he keeps going and I pretty much die. And I've decided I do want to do more of what we did the other night. With the sex kind of stuff. He finishes awkwardly. I move in closer, crowding him against the door. I can definitely get on board with that. How much time do you have before you need to get back to work? Drew's eyes widen. You want to start now? My mouth forms into a slow grin, and I tilt my head forward to brush kisses over his jaw. You're here, aren't you? No reason to waste a perfectly good opportunity. Drew doesn't respond with words, but I feel his body sink against me as he lets out a soft purr of contentment. That's enough for me. I drag my lips to his and kiss him hard, the way I've been dying to since I woke up yesterday morning. I groan when I feel his tongue brush against my lips, begging entry to my mouth. I allow it, and the kiss deepens, growing more intense as we grab at each other, our bodies practically molded together, our cocks aligned in a way that makes my head spin every time we move. We're interrupted by a rap on the door that I know could only be Belinda. With a groan of frustration, I tear my lips from Drew's and call out, Not now! You really want to keep Monty Steele waiting? Belinda presses. I'll call him back. He's in the conference room. Fuck, I growl, finally tearing myself from Drew for good. I know there's no escaping this one. Monty's my biggest client, and we're in the middle of a huge deal. If he's here, I have to see him. I'm sorry, I say to Drew, who's looking completely dazed. He shakes his head. It's fine. I should be getting back anyway. I steal one last kiss before stepping away. Come over tonight? I have rugby practice, but I'll be home by 7. Drew hesitates. Maybe you could come to my place? Isn't your practice field close to my apartment? I guess. I could mention that the fact he lives with my brother isn't exactly the biggest turn-on, but I know Deacon usually hangs with Jackson and Skylar after practice on Mondays, so he probably won't be home anyway. And I'm kind of getting the impression Drew wants to avoid my place. Whatever. This is a big step for him as it is, so if meeting at his apartment is going to make him feel more comfortable, then I'm happy to do that. I nod and offer a soft smile. I'll see you tonight. Once I see Drew out of my office, I stride down the hall to the conference room to meet with Monty. He's one of those people who are so rich and important it doesn't matter how they present themselves, and most of the time he could very easily be confused with a washed-up middle-aged musician living out of their parents' basement. Today is no exception. Hey, sorry to keep you waiting. You know you didn't have to come down here. He waves me away. It's fine. I was passing by the building and figured face-to-face might be easier. Okay, well, let's go to my office. I gesture for him to follow me, and we head into my office. Monty takes a seat at the sofa by the window, while I stride over to the wet bar to pour some drinks. So, what's going on? I ask, handing him his drink. I know you've said I should just be patient, but I want to know why Grimsey's being so recalcitrant, Monty grumbles. We've been over that corporation with a fine-tooth comb, and we know he can't hold it together much longer. He needs to cut something loose, and this should be a golden opportunity for him. But he's acting like I'm trying to screw him over. He takes a sip of his drink and pins me with a steadying look. I want you to find out what's going on. Is he just drawing this out for the fun of it? Or is there something about Messy Tech we've overlooked? Something that makes it too valuable for him to let go of? I'll get one of our investigators on it. I'm sure they'll be able to uncover something to help us. I sip at my scotch, taking a moment to scrutinize my biggest client. There could be another reason, I venture. He could have a personal problem with you. Monty nods, accepting the point. I'm not sure why he would, but you can add that to the list of things to have your investigator check on. Once Monty's left my office, I stride over to Belinda's desk and wait for her to finish up with a call. I need an investigator. She doesn't skip a beat.
Danny or Phil?
I consider it for a moment before deciding. Danny. I need discretion. Belinda nods.
I'll let her know to come to your office.
Tell her it's urgent. Top priority.
Chapter 13.
Drew. True to his word, Sullivan shows up at my door on Monday evening straight from rugby practice. He hasn't even taken time to shower or change. His expensive athletic wear is drenched in sweat and covered in mud, and he looks hot as hell. I'm not sure when I started thinking of Sullivan Stapleton as sexy, but if I'm being really, truly honest with myself, the attraction's probably been there, simmering underneath the surface right from the start. Everything about him turns me on, and right now all I want to do is pounce on top of him, drag him to the ground, and roll around with him until I'm covered in his sweat as well. I think I need a shower, Solly says, snapping me out of my stupor. You mind if I use your bathroom? A stab of disappointment hits me, and I can't help my face from forming a pout as I ask, Do you have to? His brows shoot up. You don't want me using the bathroom? No, I don't want you to shower. Before he has a chance to question this, I step closer to him and reach out to tug down the collar of his t-shirt. Dropping my head, I slide my tongue over his skin, savoring the salty taste of him. Oh, okay. Shit. Wow. Sullivan rambles as I go to town, licking and sucking at his sweat-slicked skin. Needing more, I walk him backward to the sofa and push him down, tearing at his t-shirt and pulling it over his head before climbing onto his lap. I have no idea what's possessing me to be so bold right now, just that for the first time in my life I feel like I know what I want. And what I want is to taste him. Everywhere. I rock against him as I continue to taste his skin, tracing a path over his neck, his shoulders, down his chest. Eager moans fall from Sullivan's lips as I make my way farther south, his hips thrusting up to drive his cock into mine, over and over. Growing more desperate, I slide off his lap and start tugging at his sweats. Off. Everything off, I growl. Everything? He questions, his voice gruff. Everything. Once he's free of his sweats and boxer briefs, I kneel on the floor in front of him and spread his legs wide, burying my head to slide my tongue over his inner thigh. Oh, fuck, Sullivan groans. Shit, Drew. You don't have to. I ignore him and continue lapping at his skin. I know I don't have to. But he doesn't seem to understand that I want to. Right now, I feel like I've never wanted anything more than to taste every inch of him, including his cock. I should be daunted by the prospect. It should freak me out. But it doesn't. It's just like everything else with Sully. It feels so fucking right. I move to his balls, nuzzling at his sack and taking a moment to just breathe in his scent before I start with some gentle licks and kisses. My cock is so painfully hard, I have no choice but to thrust my hand down my sweats and give it a tug to relieve some of the pressure. Fucking hell. Between the intensity of this new experience and the noises Sully's making, I'm going to blow before I even get to the good part. Once I have Sullivan desperate and begging, I take his cock in hand and give the underside a long lick. The taste of pre-cum I get has me practically seeing stars, and I waste no time in wrapping my lips around him and sucking hard, desperate for more of that taste. Fuck! Jesus! Fuck! Sully cries, and I can tell it's taking everything in him not to thrust up farther into my mouth. I want to tell him it's okay to let rip, but I'm not quite ready to try out spicy food just yet. Besides, I'm only halfway through the tasting menu. Pulling off his cock, I return my attention to the inside of his thighs. Acting on instinct, I push his legs back to expose his taint and asshole, then duck my head again to give the area some special attention. I've never done anything like this before. Hell, I've never even gone down on a woman. But there's something that just feels so natural about pleasuring Sully in this way, and the fact that it seems to be driving him absolutely insane just spurs me on further. Every moan of pleasure, every enthusiastic sound Sully makes just causes me to be even bolder and explore his body in a way I couldn't have imagined I would want to a mere few days ago. Coating two of my fingers with saliva, I push inside his slick hole, drawing another strangled groan from his lips. "Fuck, Drew, get inside me," Sullivan groans. That stops me short for a moment, and I turn my gaze to his face, noticing his expression is almost pained with need. "What?" "Get your cock in me, please," he begs. I stare at him for a moment, my mouth hanging wide. "I don't have any lube." He shakes his head. "Forget lube, just fuck me." Half my brain is screaming at me that going without lube is a bad idea, while the other half is reminding me Sully's been having sex for half his life and knows what he can and can't handle. Surprise, surprise, the sex-advocating part wins out. Withdrawing my fingers from his hole, I hastily tug down my sweats and slick up my cock as best as I can manage with a combination of saliva and the pre-cum that's already leaking from my tip. When I glance back up, I see that Sullivan has repositioned himself on the sofa. He's on his knees, ready and waiting for me to take him from behind. Rising to my feet, I move up behind Sully and line my cock up with his entrance. I hesitate for a brief moment, but I'm spurred into action by an impatient growl from Sullivan. "Fuck, hurry up!" Without further preamble, I push slowly inside. It's a tight fucking squeeze, and it's not made easier by the lack of lube, but it's also fucking incredible. Feeling Sullivan's tight heat wrapped around me, his body gripping my cock like a vice, it's like nothing I've ever experienced. It's perfect. "Fuck, baby, you need to move," Sullivan groans. "You need to fuck me." I actually didn't notice until he mentioned it that I hadn't started to move yet. I was just so overwhelmed by all the sensations, I needed a minute to gather myself after finally bottoming out. "Fuck, sorry." Taking a firm grip of Sullivan's waist, I start snapping my hips forward, instinct driving me to push harder and deeper with every thrust. I feel my orgasm building, slowly at first, but growing more and more insistent as I continue to pound into Sullivan, his groans of pleasure rippling through me and stoking the growing fire. "Fuck, I'm going to come," I groan when I don't feel I can hold it back anymore. "Yes," Sullivan cries. "Come in me, Drew." I wrap my arms tight around him and dig my teeth into the hard muscle of his shoulder as a powerful orgasm rips through me and I shoot hard into Sullivan's ass. I feel him tense up only moments later, and when he swivels around to tug me toward him for a fierce kiss, there's no mistaking the warm liquid I feel oozing down my neck for anything but a handful of cum, and I couldn't care less. I return the kiss hungrily, still moving gently inside Sully until I finally let myself fall from his ass. Shit, I forgot how good getting fucked can be. Sully muses between kisses. You forgot? I ask curiously. He offers a wry smile. Yeah, it's been a while. Like 6 years. I drawl back, staring at him incredulously. You haven't had a cock in your ass for 6 years, and you were cool going without lube? He gives a lazy, one-shouldered shrug. I wanted you inside me. It'll hurt like a bitch later, but it was so worth it. Chapter 14. Sullivan. I'm going to admit here and now that walking into Drew's apartment and having him pounce on me so he could literally lick the sweat from my skin before stripping me down and fucking my brains out is literally the hottest thing that's ever happened to me in my life. Just when I think I couldn't possibly be any more turned on by this man, he goes and does something like that. I'm in trouble. He's seriously ruined me for everyone else now, and if he decides he doesn't want me after all, I'm really not sure how I'm going to come back from that. I steal one last kiss before finally pulling away and moving off the couch. Okay, now I think it's time for a shower. I have come lodged places. So do I. He quirks his lips and then turns to show me the back of his neck. Whoops. I let out a soft chuckle. My bad. But hey, at least you don't need to explain a cum stain on the couch to Deacon. Drew nods. That's true. Although I'm pretty sure he already knows about us, so I doubt there'd be much explaining. What makes you say that? I ask curiously. Drew shrugs. Because he told me he knew about us. He actually warned me about you. My brows shoot up. He warned you about me? Why? What the hell have I done that would warrant a warning? He warned me not to hurt you, Drew clarifies. He said if I did, it'd be the end of our friendship. Wow, way to be dramatic, little brother, I mutter. Stepping toward Drew, I wrap my arms around his waist and pull him close against me. Are you going to hurt me, Drew? He shakes his head, looking serious. Definitely not intentionally. My mouth tilts up in an affectionate smile, and I drop a kiss to his lips. Good to know. Are you going to hurt me? He whispers. Not if I can help it, I assure him. But in my head, I hear an echoing thought. And what if you can't? I push the thought from my mind and brush a kiss to Drew's forehead before releasing my hold and grabbing him by the hand to lead him toward the bathroom. A shower is definitely needed. Right now. Despite the fact that this is his apartment, I make myself at home by tugging back the curtain and running the shower. When the water is a decent temperature, I climb into the tub and stand under the spray. Aren't you coming? I prod, impatient at the fact that Drew is still on the other side of the curtain and not with me in the tub. I already did. In your ass. I can't help chuckling at the terrible joke. That was bad, babe. It was obvious and needed to be said. I can hear the smile in his voice, along with the sound of fabric hitting the bathroom floor. Uh-huh. How is this for something that needs to be said? If you don't get your ass in this tub in 5 seconds, I'll drag you in here myself. It doesn't come to that, fortunately, because the next moment, a grinning Drew is tugging the shower curtain back and climbing into the tub with me. I reach for him instantly, drawing him under the spray with me. Seeing as how you like me all sweaty, Maybe you should come watch me in the rugby tournament this Saturday, I suggest. He offers a sexy grin. I was planning to anyway. You know, to support Deke and Jax. My hands slide down to his ass and I give a firm squeeze. Yeah, but you'll really be watching me, won't you? Definitely. I lean forward to catch his lips with mine, hungrily devouring his mouth. We're supposed to be cleaning off, but that thought seems to have gone out the window as we frantically grab and kiss and move against each other, and it's not long before we're both hard and desperate once again. Even though I know I'm going to pay for it with a tender ass tomorrow, I can't stop myself from begging Drew to fuck me again. And he does just that, fast and rough against the bathroom wall as the warm water from the shower sluices down around us. Afterward, once we finally manage to actually get ourselves clean, Drew leads me into his bedroom and tosses me a pair of his sweats. I tug them on, but he just glares at me for a moment, shaking his head. What's wrong? Here, you're going to need this as well, he says, retrieving a t-shirt from his dresser and tossing it to me. I arch an eyebrow at him. Not a fan of the shirtless look? If you stay like that, I'm not going to be able to concentrate on anything, Drew admits with a scowl. I let out a soft chuckle and tug the t-shirt over my head. What exactly do you need to concentrate on? He shrugs. What we want for dinner, for one thing. It's a tough decision, you know. He flops onto his bed and retrieves his phone from the nightstand, presumably to scroll through a food delivery app. I place my hands on my hips as he stretches out on the bed. My mouth is already watering from the sight of him splayed out like that in nothing but a pair of black boxer briefs. You know, if I have to cover up, you should cover up too, I tell him. Unless you want me pinning you down and licking every inch of your ink. The way Drew's eyes flare tells me he wouldn't mind me doing that one bit, but fair's fair and all, so he rises from the bed and retrieves some clothes for himself. Once he's dressed, he gets back on the bed and I follow after, moving in close so I can read the screen of his phone over his shoulder. What are you in the mood for? He asks as he scrolls through the delivery app. I manage to bite back the reflexive urge to respond with, your cock. Truthfully, after the workout we've just had, I'm definitely in need of some proper sustenance right now, but I will absolutely be tasting Drew again before I leave here tonight. That is a certainty. I'm good with whatever you want. Something that'll be here soon, 'cause I'm fucking starving. Pizza it is, he says wryly. Any particular topping? I shake my head. Anything but anchovies. Drew's face screws up in distaste. Ugh, God yeah, they're the worst. We order the pizza and then make out for a while until it arrives. Once it gets here, we head out into the living room and make ourselves comfortable on the sofa with the pizza, a couple beers, and Drew and Deacon's extensive array of streaming services. Jesus, I don't even have this many. How the hell do you have time to watch everything? Drew shrugs. We don't. We'd just like to have the options. I shake my head wryly. It seems ridiculous to me, but then I guess I'm not a huge TV and movie person. I just don't have the time, and I really don't miss it. I wonder if this is how Drew would feel if he saw my wardrobe with all my suits and ties and cufflinks, though. So, what are we watching? I ask. What are you in the mood for? I shrug. I don't know. Something light, I guess? Sure. How about Modern Family? I nod. Yeah, I think I know that one. Not sure if I've seen it, though. Drew gazes at me, eyes wide with incredulity. You think you know it? And you're not sure if you've seen it? Shaking his head, he rushes to scroll through the streaming apps and find the show in question. Okay, we need to fix this. Wow, you seem very passionate about this, I point out. It's only one of the best shows ever made, he cries with exasperation. My brows shoot up in surprise. That's a pretty big call. There have been millions of TV shows made since TV was invented. Are you sure you want to give this one the title of Best Show Ever? I said one of the best shows ever, Drew clarifies. There's also The Golden Girls and Friends. Oh, I know The Golden Girls. Let's watch that. Drew stares at me blankly. Is that statement supposed to imply you don't know Friends? I roll my eyes. I grew up in the 90s. Of course I know Friends. I just don't rate it as one of the best shows ever. Drew falls back against the sofa, a hand clutched dramatically to his chest. My lips twitch a little. This is interesting. I'm really seeing a whole different side to Drew tonight that I wasn't expecting. You're lucky you're cute, he grumbles. Otherwise, I really don't know what hope there'd be for this relationship. I grin at him. You think I'm cute? Don't act like you didn't already know that. He reaches for the remote to start the episode of Modern Family, but I can't help adding one last observation. And you called this a relationship? Shut up and watch the episode, he grumbles. Or what? Or I won't let you suck me off after. I chuckle and lean over to murmur against Drew's neck. Liar. You love having my mouth on you. Just to prove how empty his threat is, I slide the hand that's not currently holding a slice of pizza across Drew's thigh and into his sweats, letting out a breath of satisfaction as I feel him harden at my touch. I keep my hand there, leisurely stroking him for the entire episode, which I'll admit is actually pretty hilarious, and by the time it's over, Drew is begging for me to get on my knees. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how it's done. Chapter 15. Drew. The last few days with Sullivan have been kind of like a dream. A really dirty dream full of sex and cuddling and talking and binge-watching Modern Family. Yes, I've managed to get him hooked, thank you very much. I think the frequent breaks we take to fool around have definitely worked as an incentive for him. We haven't gone all the way again since the couple times on Monday night. Solly hasn't suggested it, and I have a feeling he pulled up worse than anticipated the following day. He's told me over and over that the pain was worth it, but I also know he's got his big rugby tournament this weekend, and he needs to be in top shape for that. I'm not sure if limping around with a stinging asshole qualifies as top shape. I've thought a bunch of times about reversing the roles, and I want to do it. I'm just not quite there yet. Those 4 words could sum up most of my life right now, especially when it comes to what's going on with Sullivan. I want to go out with him in public, but I'm not quite there yet. I want to tell my parents about us, but I'm not quite there yet. I want to be able to accept the truth about myself. The truth I've somehow subconsciously buried my entire life, but I'm not fucking there yet. So instead of actually dating and committing like a normal couple, like I know Sullivan wants us to do, we've been making do with just hanging out at my apartment and, yeah, a lot of sex. Lucky for us, Deacon has been out a lot this week, although I'm not sure if he's deliberately trying to give us space or if he just coincidentally had a lot going on. I'm choosing to believe the latter because I don't like the idea of inconveniencing him, and using Sully's place is yet another thing I'm just not quite there with. On Saturday, I go to watch Deacon and Jackson, but mainly Sullivan, in their rugby tournament. It's an annual thing where all the amateur teams in New York compete against each other over the course of one day, and then by the end of the day, one team is crowned champions. I was here last year when the team got knocked out in the quarterfinals, which was incredibly disappointing, at least according to Jackson. It stung even worse because a team they have a huge rivalry with went on to win the whole thing. You're Drew, right? I glance up from my phone at the sound of my name, blinking rapidly as I find myself staring at the love child of Brad Pitt and Chris Hemsworth. I laugh inwardly as I think about how a week ago I would have considered my reaction to this guy to be nothing more than healthy appreciation for an aesthetically appealing person or some shit like that. Aesthetically appealing my ass. The guy's hot. Let's just leave it at that. He's no Sullivan Stapleton, though. Not even close. Yeah? I finally say once I realize he's still waiting for me to confirm my identity. He grins and sticks out his hand. Will Crawford. I'm Spencer's boyfriend. I nod and shake his hand. Right, yeah. He's the crazy dictator/captain, right? Will throws back his head with a loud bark of laughter. That sums it up pretty well, actually. You here to support Deacon? He asks, gesturing at the field in front of us, where Solly's team is going to be playing soon. Yeah, I guess. And I'm buddies with Jackson, too, I add with a shrug. I decide to leave out the part about Sullivan, even though, as he predicted the other night, I'm definitely more interested in watching him than anyone else. I have to admit, though, I know absolutely nothing about rugby. Will chuckles and gives me an amicable tap on the shoulder. Don't worry, buddy. You're definitely not the only one. Oi! Will! Will and I both turn our heads at the sound of the British-accented voice to see a slim, pale-skinned guy with bright red hair and a beaming smile approaching. Will grins, offering the redhead a warm hug as he reaches us. Come to join the dark side, have you? He flashes an impish grin. Not exactly. Shay's team's next up on this field after your man's, and you know how I hate moving around more than I have to. Will smiles wryly. Never a truer word. Jamie, this is Drew. Drew, Jamie. He gestures between us, and I reach over to shake Jamie's offered hand. How do you fit in, then? No, wait, let me guess. He runs a finger over his jaw, his expression thoughtful. Oh, I know. Are you Sullivan's new squeeze? My eyes practically bug out of their sockets, but fortunately my reaction is covered by Will's howl of laughter. Sullivan? Will cries, completely incredulously. Jamie shrugs. Why not? It's about time Solly found someone a bit interesting. I'm Deacon's roommate, I tell Jamie, again deciding not to elaborate. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be flattered or offended that Jamie thinks I'm a bit interesting. Ah, gotcha, Jamie says with a knowing smirk, although I'm not sure what it is he thinks he knows. I'm saved from further interrogation by the arrival of two new faces, a guy and a girl who clearly already know both Jamie and Will, and both with babies in tow. At first I assume they're a couple, but I'm quickly set straight as I see them interacting with the others. Jamie, here, can you hold him for a sec? The girl asks, holding her baby out to Jamie. I have no idea how to tell a baby's age just by looking at them, but this kid is wearing actual clothes, jeans, a puffy coat, and a knitted hat, and is clearly very aware of his surroundings, so I'm taking a wild guess that he's not a newborn. He didn't just shit his pants, did he? Jamie asks, eyeing the kid with trepidation. No. The girl offers an innocent smile, and Jamie takes the baby. It only takes 2 seconds for Jamie's face to screw up in disgust as the lie is revealed. Your mum is the devil, he says to the baby, who is happily trying to eat one of his hands, clearly oblivious to everything else. Where's Jeremy? Shouldn't he be holding your smelly baby? Jamie demands, although good-naturedly. It was the damnedest thing. I mentioned the word rugby, and suddenly he had to go into the office for some massive project. The guy with the other baby introduces himself to me as Josh, informing me that his fiancée is playing today on the same team as Jamie's boyfriend. It doesn't take long for me to realize that that team is the supposedly evil rivals who won the whole competition last year. I have no idea how Will and Jamie ended up dating guys who are apparently in the middle of some kind of rugby war, but it sounds like it'd be an interesting story. When the game starts, I do my best to follow along, but I seriously have no idea what's happening. The fact that it's so fucking fast doesn't help matters at all. I mean, don't they ever need to stop and regroup? What about timeouts for arranging plays? And who the hell ever heard of an entire game that only lasts 14 minutes? That's it? I ask Will once the second half ends and play stops. He grins. For now. They have 3 more games, and if they do well enough, they'll move into next round. So these are like heats? I ask in confusion. Will smiles. Think of these 4 games as like a mini regular season. Whoever finishes on top moves to the postseason. Ah, got it. From across the field, I see Sullivan glance my way, his face lit up with the exhilaration of his team's win. I find myself unable to tear my gaze away from him, and I'm not even aware that I'm smiling back until I hear a snigger beside me. Tearing my gaze from Sullivan, I find Jamie watching me, a self-satisfied smirk stretched across his face. Got it in 1, he says, closing one eye in a teasing wink. Chapter 16. Sullivan. Winning the tournament we've been working for all year should have me feeling like I'm on top of the world, but it doesn't. I'm not depressed, or sad, or even moody, or anything like that. What I am is frustrated. Because right now, the whole team plus everyone's significant others and a few close friends are celebrating back at Spencer's place, and all of Drew's time and attention is being dominated by my asshole brother and Jackson, who is now dead to me. Oh, and it appears Will and Drew have now somehow become BFFs as well. Anytime Will doesn't have his face glued to Spencer's, he's fussing over Drew and offering him things like food and drinks and a place to sit. Why do you look like you're trying to start a fire with mind powers? Charlie asks me as he sidles up and hands over a beer. I don't look like that, I protest, taking the beer. Sure you do. It's a good thing you're a mere mortal, or Will'd be a pile of ash right now, and Spence would be kicking us all out. Drew doesn't need other people fussing over him like that. He's not a child. I stand straighter as I notice something that makes my hackles rise. Oh my God, whose jacket is he wearing? Charlie lets out a choked laugh. Okay, you need to chill, man. Since when do you get all possessive like this? I'm not being possessive, I scowl. Charlie laughs outright. You don't even want anyone else talking to the guy. Who the hell cares whose jacket he's wearing? That's not... I wasn't... I set my beer on the counter behind me, the bottle clanking loudly against the stone with the force of my frustration. It's not that I don't want people talking with Drew. I'm not a total asshole. I don't want to control him. I just wish people could know he's mine. So, okay, maybe I am a little possessive, or a lot possessive, but I had a taste of what it was like to be with him properly as a couple, and it was exhilarating. All I want is to go back to that. Stealing random moments together while most of our friends assume the ruse is over, well, I'll do it for as long as Drew needs, but I can't deny it's taking its toll. So, can I take it the patience thing isn't going all that well? Charlie asks, one eyebrow quirked. I swipe a hand over my face and let out a heavy sigh. It's been a long week, let's put it that way. He claps his hand over my shoulder and leans closer to avoid being overheard. For what it's worth, I don't think anyone actually believes he was there to cheer on Deke and Jax today. With a parting wink, Charlie leaves my side, ambling over to where Bryce and Aaron are holding court near the window and joining in their dramatic retelling of our winning try. It's a little while later that I notice Drew leave the living room and head down the hallway that leads to the main bathroom. Like a total creeper, I decide to follow him. I wait for a few minutes in the darkened hallway, my back resting against the wall opposite the bathroom door, until Drew emerges, closing the door behind him. Whose jacket is that? He startles, clearly not expecting to find me here in the hallway. Fucking hell. Where did you come from? Rather than answer his question, I step closer, crowding him against the closed door to the bathroom. Whose jacket is it, Drew? He swallows visibly, his tongue sneaking out to moisten his lips. Fucking hell, I want to just grab him and attack his mouth right now. I need to taste his lips, feel his tongue. Will let me borrow it, he says, and it takes me a moment to realize he's answering my question about the jacket. Someone's kid threw up on mine. I don't like you in other men's clothes, I growl. Before he has a chance to explain, or clarify, or protest, I give in to temptation and slam my lips to his. He responds immediately, shuddering against me as I wrap my arms around him and deepen the kiss. Absently, I reach behind him for the handle for the bathroom door and pry it open, pushing Drew inside and closing the door behind us. Fuck, Sully. Someone... I silence his concerns with another kiss, pressing him back against the door and rutting against him, groaning as I feel his hard cock moving in time with mine. Fucking need you, I groan, moving my kisses to his jaw and neck as I hastily fumble with the fastenings of his jeans. Yes. Jesus. Fuck. Drew encourages, obviously forgetting about his earlier reservations as he thrusts his hips forward in eager anticipation. I manage to get his jeans undone, tugging them down his thighs and freeing that beautiful cock. Drew whimpers as I take it in hand, stroking gently. The sounds of approval morph into full-on groans as I drop to my knees and take him to the back of my throat. I suck and lick and swallow him down, loving the way he thrusts into my mouth with complete abandon, chasing his orgasm. When it arrives, I savor it, cleaning up every last drop of his cum before pulling off his cock and getting to my feet. Turn around, I instruct Drew. He does what I ask without hesitation, giving me a view of that beautiful ass, with the tattoo curling over his left cheek. I reach out to briefly run my hand over the heated skin before drawing back so I can unfasten my own jeans and pull out my leaking cock. I spit into my palm and add the saliva to the pre-cum already soaking my dick before moving up behind Drew. I won't go in, I promise. I assure him. I don't think I'd mind, he says, his voice a little dreamy. No doubt he's still on a high from the orgasm. My whole body shivers at the thought of what he's suggesting, but no way am I going there now. Not here, I murmur, brushing a kiss to his nape. When I make love to you, I'm going to take my time. And it's not going to be in the fucking bathroom of my buddy's apartment. Reaching for Drew's ass again, I spread his cheeks and move my cock into position. And then I hold on to him tight as I start rutting against him. And fucking hell, if it feels this amazing just fucking his thighs, I can't even begin to think how incredible it's going to be when I finally get inside him. Fuck, Sully, Drew groans, tossing his head back against my shoulder. Encouraged by his reaction, I fuck even harder against him, pulling more enthusiastic moans from his lips. I doubt he'd be able to come again so soon after I just drained him dry, but it's still nice to know he's enjoying this as much as I am. Suddenly remembering we're in the middle of a party and anyone could walk past this door at any moment, I slam my mouth against Drew's to silence his groans. He kisses me back hungrily, his arms coming up to wrap around my head, drawing me even closer to him. As I feel my orgasm approaching, I untangle myself from him and step back, withdrawing my cock. I take a moment to reposition Drew so he's bending over against the vanity counter, that gorgeous round ass in the air, and then I take my cock in hand and start stroking hard and fast until I'm painting cum all over Drew's ass, marking him mine. Not that that wasn't hot as fuck, Drew says, catching my eye in the mirror, but, I kinda have cum all over my ass now. I chuckle. Don't worry, babe. I'm on it. Dropping to my knees again, I use my tongue to clean up the mess I've just made, making sure to pay special attention to his hole despite there not being any cum there. By the time I'm done, Drew's legs are shaking and he's whimpering like a kitten. Standing up, I run a soothing hand over his back, leaning in to drop a kiss to his neck. Fucking hell, he groans. I'm hard again. How can I be hard again? I just came. I let out a breath of wry laughter. I guess I'm just that good. Turning around, he eyes me with mild irritation. I think you're bad for me, Sullivan Stapleton. My brows shoot up. Oh, you're full naming me. You must have your serious pants on. I have no pants on, he points out, waving at his legs where his jeans are still hanging around his calves. I nod sagely. This is how you should always be. No pants. Your ass on full display all the time. He arches a brow. And you'd be cool with everyone else seeing that? Okay, clearly my brain isn't working properly after that orgasm for me to make such a suggestion. Scratch that. Always wear pants. At that, he reaches down to tug up his jeans and refasten them. I can sense he's ready to leave, so I tug him into my arms and seal my lips to his once again. My place tonight? I murmur. Maybe stay over? Drew bites his lips, his eyes wide with obvious hesitation. I know it's a big step for him, but it's the weekend, and I want to spend the night together. And I don't want to do that with my brother in the next room. After a long moment, Drew nods, a soft smile touching his lips. Okay. Chapter 17. Drew. I'm not entirely sure why I've been so reluctant to go to Sullivan's place. Maybe it's because I know that the second I walk into his apartment, I'll be faced with the reminder of exactly why we don't belong together. As long as we're just hanging out at my place, we can be two normal guys who like getting off, eating takeout, and watching TV together. But at Sullivan's place, we'll go from normal to a real-life version of Made in Manhattan, or Pretty Woman, or some other movie that involves a poor schlub and a super rich guy. Don't ask me how I know the plots of those two movies. I have a sister. That's all you need to know. Despite my reservations, though, I know it's time to take this step. Deacon might have been cool with giving us our space over the past week, but it's kinda ridiculous to make him tiptoe around us when Sullivan has a place all to himself. Besides, Sully's money is just part of who he is. I'm not sure it's something I'm ever going to be entirely comfortable with, but if I want to keep seeing him, which I'm realizing more and more each day that I do, I'm going to just have to get used to it. God, these sheets are amazing, I moan, stretching out on Sullivan's bed, loving the feel of the soft cotton underneath me, and Sully's warm body right next to me. I get why you wanted to avoid coming on them. He chuckles and brings his arm around me to draw me in closer to his side. I wasn't actively avoiding making a wet spot. I just thought 69 would be more efficient. You're the one who wanted to try swallowing. It wasn't as bad as people make it out to be, I muse. That's a ringing endorsement, he says dryly. I let out a breath of laughter and push up on my forearm so I can look into his eyes. I liked it, I admit. I love tasting you. Well, I like having you taste me, so I guess it's a win-win, he says with a sly smile. I brush a kiss across his lips and then lower my head to rest on his chest. It doesn't matter that we're close to the same size. We always seem to end up this way, with me curled up beside him and him holding me. And I love it. Hey, Sully. I think I'm gay, I admit in a soft whisper. He's quiet for a moment before asking, because you swallowed my cum? or because of what's been happening with us? I nod against his chest, my fingers tracing absent circles across his skin. Partly both, I guess. But some other stuff too. You've been with men before? I shake my head. No, never. But I think I wanted to. It's hard to explain. God, how do I even begin to explain all the complicated thoughts and feelings I've had over the years? I've barely begun to unravel it all myself. It's okay. You don't have to tell me, Sullivan murmurs, pressing a soft kiss to my hair. No, I want to. I search for the right words to explain everything, but can't seem to find them. Several times I open and close my mouth, but I just can't seem to speak. After a while, Sully lifts a hand to gently graze my cheek, lifting my gaze to his. Just say what you're thinking. Don't worry about me. Pretend I'm not even here if that helps. I like that you're here, I murmur, burrowing closer against him. Well, I'm not going anywhere, he assures me. I let my eyes fall closed and draw in a deep breath. There have been times in the past where I felt this kind of spark, I guess you could call it, with a guy. But I never picked up on it as attraction. I put it down to other things, like hero worship or rivalry. Can you give me an example? He asks, clearly trying not to sound too curious, but failing miserably. Sam Bowers. Who the fuck is Sam Bowers? Sully growls. I can't help feeling a burst of warmth at the possessive tone in Sullivan's voice. I glance up at him, offering a wry smile. He was another backstroker on my college team. We were always competing for the same starting spots, and the rivalry got pretty heated. Anyway, I always assumed the tension between us was because of the rivalry, but maybe it was? Sully ventures. I shake my head. It wasn't. I know that now. I pause for a moment as I try to find the right words. We used to rile each other up something fierce. Name-calling, insults, all that college crap. And the competitiveness was off the charts. It got to the point where on the rare occasion we both happened to qualify for the same inter-school event, I wouldn't have even cared if I placed. All that mattered is if my time was better than Sam's. But then in junior year, something changed. And all of a sudden, I didn't care about our rivalry anymore. I was over it. The senior who'd been swimming medley for us was graduating, so I went to our coach and told him I wanted it. Then I worked my ass off on my other strokes and made the event my own. What was it that changed? Sully asks. I draw in a breath and then let it out. He got a girlfriend. Pretty stupid, huh? To not realize I was into him? Sullivan squeezes me tight, pulling me closer in. Not stupid at all. Everyone comes to their realizations in their different ways, at different times. Hey, Marissa's butt. Nice to see you again, I say cheerfully, waving at the laptop screen where my sister's, clothed, thank God, ass is taking up most of her Zoom window.
Yes, Marissa, honey, it would be nice to see your face, Mom says from the window she and Dad are in.
Her face doesn't look any better, I can't help saying, which results in Marissa flipping me the bird and Mom chiding her, because obviously she saw it too.
It's not my fault you decided to schedule this right when I'm making dinner, Marissa calls out to us. You'll just have to put up with my big ass on the screen till I'm done cooking.
It's a beautiful ass, honey, Dad says. Even though I can't see her face, I know my sister's rolling her eyes.
Thanks, Dad. Well, we wanted to talk to Andrew first anyway,
Mom says in a voice that has my senses on alert. Me? What did I do? My parents exchange a strange look before turning back to the screen, their faces breaking into bright grins as they chant, "Congratulations!" I stare at their little window for a long moment,
confusion racking me. For what? Mom lets out a tinkling laugh. Your engagement, silly. What else? My what? I run a hand over my face as realization dawns. We were supposed to start figuring out an exit strategy for the fake relationship, but with Solly and me both basically pretty much lost in a world full of incredible orgasms for the past week, that little issue has kind of slipped our minds. Now, somehow, my parents know, making the whole thing about 1,000,000 times worse. I open my mouth to say something, but Mom is talking again. I'm not going to pretend I'm not a teeny bit hurt to learn it from Judy Stapleton and not you personally, but as Doris Day says, que sera, sera. And I guess now we're going to be in-laws. I'll have to get used to Judy's gossiping. Who are you in-laws with? Marissa asks. Judy Stapleton, Mom says. What? Since when? I have a feeling Marissa's missed a lot of the conversation. Since Drew got engaged to Deacon, Dad tells her. What? Marissa cries and actually deigns to show her face to the camera. What? The chair I've been swinging back on slams to the ground with a thud, and I just stare at the computer in front of me. What are you talking about? I'm not engaged to Deacon. Mom looks completely miffed. But Judy said, it's Sullivan, Deacon's brother. I'm not entirely sure what made me do it. I had the opportunity to just end the whole thing here, at least as far as my family is concerned. But that just felt wrong. Everyone else thinks I'm engaged to Sully. May as well let my family believe it too. The billionaire? Marissa gasps reverently. Mom's face blanches. A billionaire? Oh, honey, I don't know about this. Mom, calm down. He's not some crazy rich guy completely shut off from reality. He's actually pretty normal. He just has a personal driver, a private bathroom in his office that's bigger than the one in my apartment, and paid a guy to pretend to be dating him for a wedding. Totally normal. How did you even meet? She presses. Billionaires aren't exactly your usual social circle, Andrew. He's Deacon's brother, I say with a shrug. They're really close, and he plays on the same rugby team as Deacon and Jax. He's not making you sign a prenup, is he? Dad asks warily. We haven't really talked about that kind of stuff yet, I lie awkwardly. Well, honey, these are the sorts of things you need to be discussing when you agree to share your life with someone, Mom chides. I hold my hands up in placation. Okay, we'll sort it out. Leaning closer to the screen, I narrow my eyes skeptically. But can I just confirm that these reservations you're having are because Sully's rich and not because he's a guy? Both my parents look utterly baffled. Why does it matter that he's a guy? Mom asks. I shrug. Well, I never really realized I was interested in guys before. You must be the only one who didn't realize it, my sister says with a snort. Marissa, Mom chides. The first thing I do once I'm done with the family Zoom chat is text Sully. Me. So, I told my family I'm gay. It's kind of amazing how it's getting easier to say that. And it feels so natural, so normal. It makes me wonder why it took me so long to figure this shit out, but I guess that's something I'll probably never know. Sullivan Stapleton. And? How did it go? Me. Actually, they kind of already knew. Embarrassed emoji. And they don't care. They seem more concerned about me being engaged to a billionaire. Me. Did I mention my folks are Democratic Socialists? Sullivan Stapleton. Laugh emoji. Sullivan Stapleton. Wait, you told them we're engaged? Me. Actually, your mom did. I just maybe didn't correct them, ... Sullivan Stapleton. I like that you didn't correct them. Smile emoji. Chapter 18. Sullivan. "What have you got?" I asked Danny, the investigator I put on digging up information about Tanner Grimsey, the second she strolls into my office. I can tell by her expression whatever she's uncovered can't be good news. "Why is Grimsey stalling?" She lets out a heavy breath, lifting a hand to flick a strand of dark hair from her eyes. "I haven't found that out yet." I'm about to ask her what she's doing here when she should be digging into Grimsey when she adds, "I did find something, though, and I don't think you're going to like it." Sitting back in my chair, I gesture with my hands for her to continue. "Just tell me." She strides toward me and sets a manila folder on my desk. I pick it up and flip it open, a stab of dread running through me as I gaze at the pictures inside. "Son of a fucking bitch," I hiss. I toss all the pictures onto my desk, spreading them out and sifting through them. Each one just makes me feel more and more queasy. Fucking hell. I wipe a hand over my face, trying to gather myself to ask the important questions. "How long?" "The best I can tell is about a month," Danny says. Bastard. That was right around the time negotiations started heating up for the acquisition. How? How the hell did Tanner Grimsey get his claws into my brother? "Grimsey has a kid in Deacon's class. Wild guess here, but I'm assuming that's how they met." I snort in indignation. Right. Like a guy like Tanner Grimsey is in any way involved with his kid's kindergarten class. "What about the wife?" I press. "He's married, isn't he?" I looked into her. "She's been in Europe for the past 2 months. "Convenient," I muttered darkly. I gather the pictures up and place them back in the folder, then I get to my feet and tug my suit jacket from the back of my chair. "Keep digging," I instruct Danny as I slip on my jacket. "I want everything you can find on this asshole." It's just after 4 p.m., way earlier than I'd normally leave work, but I want to catch Deacon before he goes out for the night. I can't believe all this time Drew and I have been messing around at his place. I've assumed Deacon was making himself scarce to give us some privacy, when in actuality, he's been sneaking around with an asshole who's only interested in him to get to me. When I arrive at Drew and Deacon's, the head of steam I've built up is momentarily alleviated by Drew's smiling face when he answers the door. "Hey, I thought I was coming to your place later," he asks, making it clear he's not at all upset by this kink in our plans as he steps toward me and claims an eager kiss. I love how much bolder and more sure of himself he's become in just the short time we've been together. He never would have considered kissing me like this in front of Deacon a week ago. And speaking of Deacon, the desire Drew just stoked in me dies the second I see my brother standing in the kitchen and I'm reminded of the reason I'm here in the first place. "Actually, I'm here to see Deacon," I tell Drew. There must be something in my expression that gives it away, because Drew's features immediately form into a mask of concern. "What is it? What's wrong?" In lieu of an answer, I brush a kiss across Drew's cheek and push past him into the apartment. When I reach the counter, where Deacon is chopping vegetables, I toss the folder Danny gave me down in front of him. "You want to explain what the fuck's going on with you and Tanner Grimsey?" Deacon glances up, clearly startled. "What the hell? How did you—" I flip the folder open to reveal the pictures. "What the fuck is this, Sully?" Deacon demands, waving at the pictures. "You've been spying on me?" I scoff. "Don't be ridiculous. Of course I haven't been spying on you. My company's investigator took these. She's been looking into Grimsey to figure out why he's been stonewalling us on this deal." Deacon's brows shoot up. "Wait, you're the one trying to acquire Tanner's company?" "I don't understand," Drew murmurs from beside me. "What does it matter if Deacon's dating this guy?" "Because he only went after Deacon to get to me.
I explain, unable to hide the guilt from my voice. Danny says this has been going on a month. What a coincidence, that's when this deal started going south. He's just using you to undermine me. You're being ridiculous, Deacon says, his characteristic smile nowhere to be seen. He hasn't asked me one single thing about you. I had no idea you two even knew each other. Well, I'm sure he's just been biding his time, I growl. He's straight, Deacon. My brother lets out a sigh of obvious frustration and sets the knife down with a heavy clunk. Just because he's not out publicly doesn't make him straight. That's a fair point, babe, Drew pipes in, rubbing a hand over my back. I used to identify as straight, remember? Drew's touch calms me somewhat, but the anger is still there sizzling under the surface, and it's only stoked further by Deacon's insistence on defending the asshole. This is different. He's married. Did he tell you that? Deacon pales drastically, and without another word, he storms past Drew and me and out the front door of the apartment, slamming it behind him. That might have been a little harsh, Drew murmurs, still rubbing my back. I let my eyes fall closed, guilt piling on top of guilt and filling me with a bone-aching weariness. He had to know the truth, I murmur. Drew sighs and pulls me into his arms. I hold on tight, resting my head in the crook of his neck. Do you have to go back to work? He asks softly. I give a small shake of my head. No. You want to go somewhere and get some food? I draw back from him, my brows raised as I catch his eye. Go somewhere? As in, out? He offers a soft smile that just melts my heart. Yeah, like a normal couple. I grin and brush a kiss to his lips. I really, really want to do that. Despite the drama with Deacon, Drew and I are able to have an enjoyable time on our first official in-public date. Deciding to give my brother some space, we head into Manhattan and hit up a restaurant just near my place that I absolutely love. So, you're telling me there's nothing but rice on the menu? Drew asks doubtfully as we enter the bustling restaurant and are shown to our seats. Yeah, that's kind of the point. But I let out a soft chuckle and lean toward him to brush a quick kiss to his temple. Don't worry. Trust me, you'll be amazed at how many different kinds of rice there are and what can be done with them. Okay. We sit and are given a pair of menus before our server moves away to attend to another table. Oh, sweet, they have burritos on here, Drew exclaims, looking over his menu. I let out a breath of indulgent laughter and open my own menu. I've come here enough times to know they like to change things up pretty regularly, so I'm not surprised when I see the selection is different from the last time I was here. Sullivan! I glance around at the sound of my name being called from across the restaurant, smiling as I see a giant tattooed, bearded man loping over to me. Connor! Hey, man, how's it going? I ask once he's close enough to the table that I don't need to shout. I notice the guy sitting at the table Connor just vacated. His fiancée, Josh, is burning bright red. He runs a hand over his face before rising to follow after Connor. You know, it's kinda rude to shout at people across restaurants, babe, Josh chides, affection and exasperation clear in his tone. Like Heath would care, Connor replies with an eye roll. Reaching our table, he takes my hand in a casual greeting. Good to see you, man. Congrats on last weekend. I nod in acknowledgement. Thanks. I'm about to introduce Drew, but when I glance over, I see Josh has already engaged him in conversation. You guys know each other? We met on Saturday, Josh says. He arches a curious brow at Drew. I thought you said you were there to support Deacon and Jackson. Drew's face burns bright red, and I can't stop the teasing grin that stretches across my face. Connor's designing Spencer's new resort in Atlantic City, I explain for Drew, deciding he might need a subject change to take the attention off of him.
The one I'm investing in. And you play rugby together? He asks curiously. Not together, Connor clarifies with a chuckle. We're rivals. Oh yeah, mortal enemies for sure, Josh says wryly. After a few more minutes of chatting, Connor and Josh return to their table. Once he's gone, Drew leans closer to me, a curious expression on his face. Did you and he ever... I toss my head back with a wild laugh. Connor? Definitely not. Gathering myself, I level Drew with an intent look. You know, contrary to what your opinion is of rich guys, I've never really been one to sleep around. You don't have to worry if I have a past with every guy I know. And even if I did, it wouldn't matter because you're my future. Drew looks taken aback for a moment, as though he's not quite sure what to make of that pronouncement. I can tell he wants to smile, but something's holding him back. He glances over in the direction of Connor's table, a furrow creasing his brow. What? What is it? I ask, growing concerned. Did I freak you out just now? He shakes his head slowly. No, it's just... He glances at Connor again, the frown more pronounced. Drew, I swear, nothing's ever happened with me and Connor. I've actually only met him a handful of times. Yeah, I know. I guess maybe things would make more sense to me if you had been with him, or someone like him. Confused, I glance back at Connor before returning my focus to Drew. It takes a couple more furtive glances before the penny finally drops. Between the tattoos, piercings, beard, and hulking frame, Connor is as far from my usual type as you could get, just like Drew. With a sigh of realization, I reach across the table and take Drew's hand in mine. I meant what I said just before. You're what I want, Drew. That's not going to change. But, I arch a challenging brow, are you going to change your mind about me? 'Cause, you've never been with anyone like me either. His eyes widen in indignation. What? No. Then stop doubting me, I say gently. Just trust. He offers a shy smile, and I let go of his hand after giving it a gentle squeeze. Dinner is relatively uneventful after that. I order the Atlantic salmon with wild rice salad, while Drew orders his burrito. When the food arrives, Drew takes one bite of his burrito and lets out a moan of satisfaction that hits me right in the balls. Once he's done orgasming over his first bite, though, he takes a look at the inside of his burrito and his face creases in confusion. What the hell? It's all burned. Let me see. I lean forward to examine the inside of the burrito, trying not to laugh as I take in the cause of the confusion. It's not burned. They've used black rice. Black rice? He shakes his head in dismay. Why do places like this always feel the need to mess with a classic? I arch an eyebrow. You seem to be enjoying it. Leaning across the table, I murmur, I have the erection to prove it. Chapter 19. Sullivan. Food at a restaurant like Rice Baby should really be savored. You should take your time, enjoy a bottle of wine with it, have some dessert, all that good stuff. But that wasn't going to happen tonight. As soon as I mentioned my hard-on, it was like a race was on to see who could finish their food first. And once we were done, we hauled ass to my apartment, tearing at each other's clothes the second we burst through my front door. We didn't even make it to the bedroom. Hell, we barely made it 2 steps inside the apartment. Both of us were so desperate for each other, we ended up on the floor in my entrance hall, just grinding against each other until we came. It was hot and messy and something I haven't done for a very long time. To be honest, I'm not sure if I've ever just jumped a person the second we were alone. You're worried about Deacon, Drew murmurs against my chest.
We've cleaned ourselves off and are just lying naked in bed now, and it's perfect. Except for the fact that, yes, I am still worried about Deacon. I nod. Yeah. How could you tell? He runs his hand gently over my chest, and I let out a soft murmur of approval. I can feel your tension. You're usually pretty relaxed after coming twice in 2 hours. I tilt my head so I can brush a kiss to Drew's sandy hair. I can't stop thinking about how I let him down. How do you figure? I'm his big brother. I'm supposed to be the one who protects him. But now he's hurting because of me. Drew peels his head from my chest and lifts his pale blue gaze to meet mine. He reaches up to run his hand over my cheek, and I lean farther into the touch, practically purring as he strokes my beard. He's an adult, Sully. He can make his own decisions, his own mistakes. I know, Drew rolls away from me, and for a moment I'm left feeling bereft. But it only lasts a moment, because the next second he's positioning himself on top of me, straddling my waist as he peers down into my eyes. There's nothing I can say that'll stop you feeling guilty, is there? I shake my head slowly. No. He gives a little nod, as though he was expecting this answer. So maybe we can do something to take your mind off it. I lift my hands, running them over his tattooed biceps and then down his back. What did you have in mind? I want you inside me. I swallow hard and stare into his beautiful blue eyes. I can't deny that this is something I want desperately, but still, the timing. Drew, baby, you don't have to do this. I know I don't have to, he assures me. I want to. Are you sure? He nods. Dropping his head, he brushes kiss after kiss over my lips, my jaw, my cheeks. Please, make love to me, Sullivan. My only response is to draw his lips to mine and kiss him, soft and slow, savoring his taste. We move against each other, our bodies twined together, cocks rutting as we devour each other's mouths. Eventually, Drew tears his mouth from mine with an almost agonized groan. Please, Sully, please. With a soft breath of laughter, I press one last kiss to his lips before untangling my legs from around Drew's waist and prompting him to roll over. You're going to have to be a little patient, baby, I warn him as I retrieve a bottle of lube from my nightstand before taking up position between his legs. Prep takes a while. What? Whatever he was about to say falls away as I breach his entrance with a lubed-up finger. I go slow and watch his reaction, aware that this is a totally new experience for him. Fuck, Drew murmurs through a hissed breath. This okay? I ask. He nods. Yeah, oh, Jesus, he groans just as I brush over his prostate. You like that? I tease. His answer is another loud groan as I brush that magic spot again, and this time he starts to push down against my hand as though inviting me to venture deeper. When I pull my finger out, Drew lets out a pained little whimper that causes a broad grin to stretch across my face. Don't worry, babe. I'm not going anywhere. I lube up a second finger and push inside him, this time bending down so I can take his cock in my mouth as I finger fuck him and stretch him out. Before long, I've reduced Drew to a moaning, keening mess of need, and as I hear him beg and plead to have my cock inside him, it's a goddamned miracle I don't end up coming into the sheets. I let his cock fall from my mouth and withdraw my fingers before sitting up. Grabbing the lube, I hastily apply a little to my dick before moving into position with the crown of my cock at Drew's entrance. You ready, babe? He nods silently, urging me on. I draw in a steadying breath and push forward, piercing his hole. Drew. Fucking hell, it hurts. Why does it hurt this much? His fingers felt amazing, but I guess his cock is a hell of a lot bigger than fingers. Fuck, this is so embarrassing. I'm the worst gay guy ever. I can't even take a dick. Babe, look at me. I hear Sullivan's voice from what feels like miles away, and I find it hard to concentrate on it at first. But as he continues to speak, I find myself drawn back to him and manage to open my eyes. His features are full of tension, but his eyes show nothing but concern. We can stop. Do you want to stop? We don't have to do this. I shake my head. No, I want to do it. I do. I just wasn't expecting... Sully nods and then drops his lips to mine for a brief kiss. It'll get better after a minute, I promise. Just relax for me. Can you do that? He asks gently. Breathe, babe. With Sullivan's encouragement, I try to relax as best I can, drawing in slow breaths and then letting them out. Good. Now grab your cock and stroke yourself, he tells me. My dick has gone flaccid, no doubt a response to the invasion of my body, but as I start to stroke it, I feel it swelling again in no time. And as the pleasure runs through me from my cock, I realize the pain in my ass has ebbed away. In fact, the sensation of fullness in my ass is starting to feel amazing. You sure you want to keep going? Sully checks again, his voice a little strangled this time. Yes. Fuck, do it, I groan, now feeling the kind of desperate need to be filled that I experienced when he was fingering me. Sullivan inches farther inside me, each movement causing a small sting of pain followed by a wave of pleasure. And with every inch, the need to take him deeper right the fuck now grows more and more overwhelming. Sully, hurry up, I whine, wriggling my ass around in an attempt to push down farther on his cock. Fuck, he bites out on a panted breath. Just give me a second, babe. So goddamn tight. He very nearly collapses on top of me when he finally bottoms out, but he manages to gather himself at the last second, burying his head in the crook of my neck as he starts to move. I curl my body tight around him, connecting us in every way possible. All I can do as he drives inside me is hold on tight and say his name over and over until he lifts his head and silences me with his lips. The kiss is hungry and desperate and the perfect imitation of our writhing bodies. Drew, he whispers against my lips. Drew, I've never had this. With anyone. I didn't even know sex could be like this. Sex for me has always been awkward and fumbling and impersonal. But this is perfect. Sullivan grabs my hips and rolls us so he's on his back and I'm on top of him. Ride me, beautiful, he murmurs. I want to watch you. With anyone else, I'd be completely self-conscious right now. But not with him. Not with the way he's looking at me, like I'm the most perfect specimen he's ever seen in his life. I reposition myself so I'm straddling Sully's waist and then push back down onto his cock. There's no pain this time, only the exquisite pleasure of being completely filled. With my eyes locked on Sullivan's, I begin riding him, moving up and down and swiveling my hips around, groan after groan falling from my lips as he thrusts up against me, taking me deeper and deeper each time. I can tell when Sullivan's approaching his climax, his movements growing more intense, his praise more vocal. Finally, his body tenses up and I feel hot cum filling my ass. It's a sensation unlike anything I've ever experienced before, and I love it. I hold him inside me for a few moments, just basking in the feel of him, but then I let his cock fall from my ass and shuffle a little farther up his body.
There's something I've been wanting to do ever since that night at the inn, and now seems like my perfect opportunity. Taking my cock in hand, I start jerking it in firm, fast strokes. I can tell by the way Sullivan is staring at me and running his tongue over his lips. He wants me to feed it to him, but that's not what I have in mind right now. My climax hits me in a rush, prompting me to let out a hissed curse as I hurtle over the edge, ropes of cum spilling out of me and all over Sullivan's chest. "You stole my move," he murmurs, a lazy smile on his lips and his dark eyes filled with heat. Not caring that I'm getting my own cum all over me, I collapse pretty much on top of Sully, my head resting on his shoulder. "I didn't realize it was patented." Wrapping his arm around me, he shifts us so we're on our sides, facing each other, our legs tangled up together. "You got me messy," he teases. "You got me messy first," I counter. He lets out a soft chuckle. True. I feel his hand slip to my ass, where his fingers play around with my hole and the cum that's weeping out of there. "How are you feeling? Does it hurt?" I shake my head, letting out a soft moan as Sully continues to play with my ass. "Fuck no. That feels amazing." Much to my annoyance, he withdraws his hand, resting it on my hip instead. "I meant inside. You were in a lot of pain before." I do a quick mental check of my body now that the high from the orgasm has seeped away. There's a little tenderness in my ass, but it's not bad at all. Nothing compared to the overwhelming pleasure of what I just experienced. I smile at Sully. I'm good. A little tender, but nothing to worry about. But it's Sullivan, so of course he is worried. His face forms into a concerned frown as he says, "You know we don't ever have to do that again if you don't want to, right? I love having you inside me, and there are plenty of other things we can do apart from anal. You know, there are actually a lot of gay couples who don't even do anal." I lift a hand to his mouth to cut him off. "Please stop talking. I've literally just discovered that I love having a cock in my ass. Don't you dare try to take that away from me. We are going to be a couple who does anal sex. Lots of anal sex, with both our cocks in both our asses." Sully's brows shoot up. I hope not at the same time, 'cause that sounds painful. I let my hand fall from his mouth. I figured that would have been a given. He draws me in for a soft kiss before pulling back, a satisfied smile stretching across his face. "So you agree that we're a couple?" I narrow my eyes at him. "Did you just trick me into that?" He grins broadly. "Your boyfriend's brilliant, babe." "I never agreed that we should be boyfriends, Sullivan," I reminded him. Although I have to admit the thought does make me feel kinda warm and fuzzy inside. "Right, sorry. Fiancé," he teases. I punch him playfully in the shoulder, and he retaliates by rolling us over and pinning me to the bed. "We're a couple now, Drew," he says matter-of-factly. "You're mine, and I'm telling everyone." He punctuates the statement by lowering his head and grazing kisses over my jaw. "This isn't just because you don't want to admit to your family you brought a fake boyfriend to your sister's wedding, is it?" I ask wryly. Sullivan chuckles and lifts his head to meet my gaze. "It's partly that, but it's mostly 'cause I love you." Chapter 20. Sullivan. "Security just called. Drew's on his way up," Belinda informs me from my office door. I can tell by the purse and coat she has clutched in one arm that she's on her way out. I nod. "Thanks, Belle. Have a good weekend." "You too, boss." Before she spins to head for the elevators, she gives me an appreciative once-over. "Nice tux, by the way. Maybe try to wait till you guys get to the benefit to fool around in the bathroom, She teases, one eyebrow arched.
I don't want to have to make explanations to the cleaning staff. Goodbye, Belinda, I say with an eye roll. She turns to leave, waving over her shoulder, just as a text alert sounds from my phone. Striding to my desk, I pick it up and check to see it's a text from Drew. Drew Hammond. Stuck in traffic, probably about 5 minutes away. I stare at it in confusion for a moment because I could have sworn Belinda just said Drew was on his way up. Deciding there must have been a delay on the text, I slip my phone in my pocket and turn back to my office door. And that's when I see him. Not the him I've been waiting for and actually want to see, the him who I'd prefer not to name, but will for clarification purposes. My ex-boyfriend, Andrew. Apart from that first night a few weeks ago, when I originally floated the idea of Drew pretending to be my boyfriend for Willow's wedding, I've never even considered the fact that my ex-boyfriend and my current boyfriend have the same name. They're just so different, it seems impossible to me that anyone could get them confused. I can see now how it might have happened, though. Belinda, in her eagerness to get home, must have misheard the security guard when he gave Andrew's last name, and considering I've been waiting for Drew, she made a reasonable assumption. What I don't understand is why this psychopath is here. In a fucking tux, no less. Looking good, Sullivan. As usual, he says, offering a smile. But it's not a warm, affectionate smile. It's cold and calculating, just like his eyes. Jesus, what the hell did I ever see in this guy? What the fuck are you doing here? It's your big night. I figured you'd need a date, he says, as though that's a totally normal line of reasoning. He's not wrong that it is a big night for me. The LGBTQ charity Charlie and I started almost a decade ago is holding its biggest fundraising event for the year, a black tie gala, and I need to give a speech. But he's most definitely wrong about me needing a date. Actually, I don't. But even if I did, you'd be the last person on Earth I'd be asking, I say coldly. Oh, come on. You're not seriously still mad about that little thing, are you? Andrew drawls. That little thing? You mean when you used me to almost destroy the career and relationship of one of my best friends? He rolls his eyes. He landed on his feet, didn't he? No harm, no foul. Fuck, you really are a piece of shit, I mutter. Withdrawing my phone from my pocket, I hit the number for downstairs security. Hey, this is Sullivan Stapleton from the 19th floor. You guys let an Andrew Callahan up here a few minutes ago? That's right. Is there an issue, sir? The guy from the security desk asks. There's been a misunderstanding. I need security up here now to escort this guy from my office. I don't think that's... Andrew begins, but I cut him off with a slash of my hand through the air. I'll send someone up right away, sir, the downstairs desk clerk assures me. I'm about to hang up the call when he adds, oh, and there's another man requesting access to your office. Andrew Hammond? Even just hearing Drew's name and knowing he's downstairs eases the tight knot that's been forming in my chest since the second I caught sight of my asshole ex. Can you put him on the phone? One moment, sir. The next second, I hear Drew's husky voice on the other end of the call. Hey, what's going on? I thought I was meeting you upstairs? Sorry, I shake my head, cutting myself off. Never mind. I'll fill you in when I see you. Do you mind just waiting in the lobby for me? I'm heading down now anyway. Okay, no worries. I'll see you soon. I end the call and slip my phone back in my pocket. Okay, move it, I instruct Andrew, gesturing for him to leave my office. We can wait for security at the elevator. He gives a dramatic sigh, but turns and proceeds me down the hall. Don't you think you're being just a tad dramatic? Not at all. Your assistant told them I could come up, he says, almost petulantly. Why would she do that if you didn't want to see me? Because she thought you were someone else. What? Who? We arrive at the elevator just as it dings and the doors slide open, revealing two of the building's security guards.
There's a security breach, sir? One of them asks me. I gesture to Andrew. This man shouldn't have been allowed up here. The two guards hustle Andrew into the elevator, and I follow after them, listening to him mutter about how ridiculous the situation is. I, for one, still find it completely ridiculous he thought he could just show up here in a tux and expect I'd want to take him back. When we get to the lobby, I motion for the security guys to pause for a moment so I can speak with the desk clerk before they evict Andrew from the building. From the corner of my eye, I can see Drew sitting on a leather bench by the window. He gets to his feet as soon as he sees me, but all I can do for the moment is offer a soft smile and hold up my finger to indicate I'll be just a minute longer. "Hey, Dan," I say to the clerk at the security desk, giving a polite nod. "Mr. Stapleton, I apologize for the—" I cut him off with a wave of my hand. It's fine. It was a misunderstanding. But I don't want this man in my offices again. In fact, I don't want him entering this building again. "What?" Andrew sputters an incredulous laugh. "Sullivan, you don't own the entire building." I turn to glare at him. No. Spencer Cox does. "I'll make a record in the system, sir," Dan assures me. Satisfied, I gesture for the security guards to escort Andrew the rest of the way to the street. Motioning to my current boyfriend, I call Drew. I vaguely register Andrew cocking his head in confusion at the sound of the nickname, but the gesture and everything else about my ex becomes completely irrelevant as Drew strides over to me. I draw him toward me and brush a kiss to his lips, breathing in the fresh, clean scent of him. He looks gorgeous in his tux, the same one I bought him to wear to the wedding, and I'm tempted to ditch the gala altogether and just take him straight back to my place. "What the hell's going on?" he asks, clearly curious about the drama that's just unfolded. I run a hand over my face in frustration. I know it was an innocent mistake, but now that it's over, I'm really fucking pissed. "There was a misunderstanding," I hedge, not really wanting to go into the full details right this second. I take Drew's hand and lead him back to the security desk. "Dan, this is Drew. I'd like him to have an access pass to the 19th floor. Dan stares at me blankly for a moment. "For how long?" "Indefinitely." "You mean to say you want him to have an employee access card? Not a guest pass?" "I believe that's what I just said," I say a little irritably. "Tonight's misunderstanding would have been avoided if Drew had an access card." After a long moment of hesitation, Dan just shrugs his shoulders. "Okay, it's your company, Mr. Stapleton. We'll have a card ready by Monday morning." "Thank you." I give a curt nod and steer Drew away from the desk. "Are you going to tell me what's going on?" he pesters as we head for the street. "Who was that guy security escorted from the lobby?" "That was your evil namesake." His brows shoot up. "That was Andrew?" "Yup." "Huh. Well, I guess that explains why your family was so shocked when I showed up for Willow's wedding. I mean, if that's the kind of guy you usually go for." I stop us just before we reach the building's exit, turning to face Drew. "Used to go for," I assure him. "You're the only one I'm going for now, and I can't see that changing anytime soon." He grins and leans forward to briefly brush his lips to mine. He draws back, and we start moving again, meeting my car right outside. "You know, he looked like an asshole," Drew says mildly, as we settle in the back seat. I give a rueful shake of my head. "Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking." "Was he at least good in bed?" I grin at Drew. "Not as good as you." At his skeptical expression, I add, "I'm serious. Everything's better with you, babe." Chapter 21. Drew. I'll admit, it makes me feel kinda warm and fuzzy to see Sullivan dismiss his ex-boyfriend so vehemently. I've heard the story. I know the guy's an ass, but even so, having the confirmation that Solly is in no way interested in my evil namesake anymore is a bit of a relief. When we get to the benefit, Solly has to leave me to go schmooze some potential donors. I can tell he doesn't want to leave my side, but I encourage him to go. This charity is incredibly important to him, and I don't want to be the kind of boyfriend that has to cling to him at all times. I mean, sure, I might like being close to him, but that doesn't mean I can't manage on my own just fine. You sure you'll be okay? He asks, pressing a glass of champagne into my hand. I smile indulgently. I'll be fine. Jackson and Deke are here somewhere. I'll go find them. He nods. Good plan. He brushes a soft kiss to my lips and then moves off into the crowd, flashing his charming smile to everyone he meets. I look after him for a moment before turning to go in search of my friends. I find Deacon, Jax, and Skylar crowded around a bar table to the side of the room. Ambling up to them, I set my glass down and offer a wry grin. Is this the table for the poor schlubs? That about sums it up, Skylar says with a chuckle. Jackson rolls his eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. You've got a job with Charlie the second you pass the bar. You'll be racking up the billable hours before you know it. That's true. A dreamy look crosses Skylar's face. It's going to be awesome. We're going to be just like Harvey and Mike. Except you're gay and don't have a photographic memory and actually went to law school, Deacon says wryly. Skylar shrugs. Yeah, apart from that. I eye Deacon a little warily. We haven't really talked much since Sully dropped the bomb about Deacon's guy. I've been staying at Sully's the last few nights, so we haven't really seen each other, but when I texted to see if he was okay, the response I got was a terse, Sully was right. Now, though, he seems to be fine, smiling and happy as usual, so either he's not as bent up as I was worried about, or he's doing a really good job of hiding it. I think if anyone should be disqualified from the poor schlub's table, it's Drew, Skylar teases, pointing his thumb at me. He's the one marrying a billionaire. I choke on a sip of my champagne and take a few seconds to gather myself. Shit, I didn't realize the engagement thing had caught on amongst Sullivan's friends as well. Maybe it really is time we hire a caterer. Okay, first of all, he's not a billionaire, he's 100 millionaire, I clarify, prompting all three of them to sputter with laughter. Secondly, this engagement thing is still very much, let's call it tentative. Deacon rolls his eyes, and I just shake my head and give a soft sigh. And thirdly, what's with the insinuation that I'm only with Sully for his money? Skylar's eyes widen. I apologize, that wasn't my intention. For the record, I don't think there's anything wrong with the situation. Some of the best love stories are between a rich guy and a poor schlub. Look at Vivian and Edward. What does Twilight have to do with anything? Jackson asks. Skylar's brow creases in confusion. Who said anything about Twilight? Vivian and Edward are the characters in Pretty Woman, I clarify. At all three of their surprised expressions, I explain, I have a sister. Deacon's brows shoot up. I have 3, and I didn't think I was straight until 2 weeks ago, and I had no idea what the characters in that movie were called. It's not cool to stereotype, man, Skylar chides, shaking his head in mock disappointment. We continue to shoot the shit for a while until the master of ceremonies calls for the crowd to be quiet so we can hear some speeches. Then we hear from the administrator of the charity, who gives a short speech about the programs the charity is running and its recent and past successes. She's followed by a young woman who tells an all-too-familiar story of escaping an abusive family member who used her vulnerability as a closeted lesbian to prey on her, only to find herself alone and starving on the streets and forced to sell herself to stay alive until she was finally brave enough to reach out to one of the shelters run by Sullivan's charity. As I listen, I'm just completely blown away. When Sullivan invited me to this gala earlier in the week, he mentioned that this charity he and his friend Charlie set up is the achievement he's proudest of. But despite that statement, he way undersold the work they've done here. It's not just about providing homeless queer kids with a place to sleep. It's about providing them with opportunities. It's about giving them a future. They offer education, a pathway to getting their GED, job opportunities, life skills. The young woman finishes her story by revealing she's now a sous chef at a popular New York restaurant and will be marrying her longtime partner next year. Gotta love a happy ending. She steps away from the microphone, and Sullivan steps forward to speak on behalf of himself and Charlie. He catches my eye several times as he runs through his speech, thanking everyone for their support and hard work, and I know I'm grinning like an absolute idiot the entire time. I can't help it. I've just realized I'm completely in love with him. Sullivan. Hey, have you checked your Google alerts today? It's 7 a.m. on a Sunday, Charlie. There's an incredibly sexy man naked in my bed right now, and I promised to bring him home breakfast. My interest in anything but getting these bagels and getting back home is zero. A few people in line at the bagel place eye me curiously, but I ignore them. I'm about to hang up on my best friend, but then he says something that makes me pause. This has to do with Drew. What the fuck are you talking about? The lady in the line next to me gives me a narrow-eyed glare at my use of the F word, but I just roll my eyes. This is New York, lady. You really need to toughen up. Look, you sort of need to see it for yourself, Charlie says. That online tabloid that outed Spence a few weeks ago posted a story about you and Drew. Let's just say Drew doesn't come off looking too good. It's bullshit, I say, immediately jumping to Drew's defense. Whatever they've written about him, it's all lies. He would never do anything bad to anyone. It's not that kind of article, Charlie hedges. Look, just check it out for yourself. Hopefully Drew won't see it. After Charlie ends the call, I immediately open the web browser on my phone and do a Google search for my own name. Given the annual gala for my foundation was only 2 nights ago, I would have expected some articles and pictures from that to be at the top of the page. Failing that, news about recent deals my company has made, or even an article about one of my friends, where I might have been thrown in as a side mention, could have topped the search results. But not today. Today, that fucking tabloid is the top result. Loath as I am to give it more attention than it's already gotten, I click the link to see exactly what I'm dealing with. Slumdog billionaire. Sullivan Stapleton slums it with overweight dog walker. Okay, what the fuck? First off, Drew is neither overweight nor a dog walker, not that it should be anyone's business if he was. And second, has this writer even seen Slumdog Millionaire? I'm pretty sure appropriating the title like this is all kinds of offensive. The whole article is absolute bullshit, but I know I can't take it lightly. One of the reasons Drew was reluctant to get involved with me was because of the crazy circus that always seemed to surround people like me. And now here his is, dragged into it against his will. I also can't hide from the fact that Drew has some sensitivity issues when it comes to his appearance. Considering he used to be completely ripped during his college swimming career, I can totally get the mental wall that might be there, even if I personally find him way sexier now than back then. Okay, so I may have Googled him and watched a few of his races on YouTube. Do you really think I was going to pass up the opportunity to see that ass in tiny Speedos? In all honesty, I would find Drew irresistible no matter what size he was, but if I'm being forced to choose between now and then, there's just no question. I mean, his ass. You going to order, man? The sound of the bagel guy's bored voice snaps me out of my thoughts, and I give a sharp shake of my head as I realize I let myself start daydreaming about Drew's ass instead of focusing on the more important issue. That stupid article.
Yeah. 2 poppy seed, 2 plain. Toasted? Nah, I'll take them home. He hands me the paper bag and I rush out of the store, thankful I decided to hit the one close to my apartment rather than my preferred one, which is a few blocks away. When I get inside my apartment, I find Drew sitting on my sofa staring at his phone. I can tell instantly by the look on his face that he's read the article. It's all bullshit, I tell him, my tone bordering on desperate. He glances up. I know. His expression doesn't match his words, though, and I find myself feeling a little wary as I walk toward him, like I'm approaching a scared animal, and one wrong move will make him bolt. Nothing in that article is true. It's not worth... There is one thing that's true. Okay, they spelled my name right, I allow, aiming to lighten the mood. Sully, Drew says, his voice sounding pained. They're right. I'm not like you. Like me how? I'm not rich. Not even close. We already knew that, I point out, feeling a little confused. People already think I'm only with you for your money. And now... He trails off, waving a hand at his phone as if the article is proof of what he's saying. That's bullshit, I growl. Trust me, I've been with guys who are only interested in the money. You're not one of them. He gets to his feet and walks toward me. He wraps his arms around me, and for a moment I feel a sense of relief. But then he pulls away and I see his face. His expression is just full of pain and heartache. Drew. My voice is full of apprehension, begging him not to say what I think he's about to. I need a little time just to sort out everything, he murmurs with a gesture to his head. How much time? He shakes his head. I don't know, just time. And then he pushes past me and out the door, leaving me standing there feeling like my heart's just been ripped from my chest. Chapter 22. Drew. I never really understood the expression love hurts until now. There's an actual physical pain spreading out from my chest and consuming my whole body every time I so much as think about Sullivan. I try not to, but I'm just not that great on the whole willpower front. Walking away was hard enough. Banishing him from my thoughts entirely is just too much to ask. For 2 days, I've been trying to untangle the web of complicated thoughts and feelings swirling around inside me, but I still haven't been able to get a handle on things. I love Sullivan, I know that much, but I'm just not sure if it's enough. It's not the article itself that I'm super upset about. My sister sent me the link on Sunday morning thinking I'd find it hilarious, and I don't know, maybe if I were more secure in my relationship I would have. I guess the article was just a wake-up call that I'm not secure in my relationship, and no matter how amazing and reassuring Sullivan is, I'm not sure I ever will be. Not with someone like him. Here you go. Deacon's soft voice murmurs, and I let my eyes flicker open in time to see a beer bottle hovering in front of my face. I reach out absently and take it from him, adjusting my position on the couch just slightly enough so that I don't have to waste energy choking from trying to drink beer lying down. Thanks. Deacon sits his ass on the coffee table in front of me, his own beer in hand. I've been waiting for the hostility to begin ever since I ended things with Sullivan, but there's been nothing. Just regular old nice guy Deacon. Even now, he's watching me with concern in his eyes, as though he's more focused on how I'm doing right now. Aren't you going to yell at me? I murmur. Deacon's brows shoot up. Why would I yell at you? I lift one shoulder in a partial shrug. You said if I hurt him, we'd be done. He offers a wry smile. I wouldn't have to yell for you to get that message. He takes a sip of his beer, his gaze turning serious as he asks, Did you hurt him? I don't know. I think so. You don't exactly seem unscathed, Deacon observes. Do I need to have a word with my brother? I bolt upright, causing my beer to start frothing over the side of the bottle. No. Solly didn't do anything. This was my decision. I'm not right for him. He needs someone better. Someone who fits in that whole rich person scene. I trail off, realizing I'd started to ramble. Deacon eyes me sternly, and I have a sudden affinity with the 5-year-olds in his kindergarten class. Drew, do you know how many guys Solly has dated who have been able to effortlessly fit in with the whole rich person scene? Probably a lot, I mutter, feeling queasy at the mere mention of Solly with other guys. Deke nods. Yeah, there have been a lot. And do you know how many of them have been real, genuine partners? My eyes fall closed as a sharp stabbing sensation hits me in the chest. I don't want to know the answer to this. I don't want to hear about Sullivan's real partners. I shake my head. No. 0. I open my eyes and stare at my friend. What? Drew, none of those other guys were even remotely close to the real thing for my brother, he insists. I mean, I know he tried to make it work with them, but that's only because he didn't know what it was like to actually have something real. But I can tell just by the way he looks at you, even at the rehearsal dinner, before anything happened, or at least I don't think anything had happened at that point, he adds with an arched brow. I shake my head and he continues. Well, even then, he was looking at you like... Like what? I ask, finding myself desperate for every little morsel of this story about Sullivan. Like... Deacon lets out a soft sigh, shaking his head. I don't know. I can't explain it. Let's just say I wasn't remotely surprised when I found out something had happened between you two. I let out a heavy breath and fall back against the sofa. I'm not sure why you're telling me all this. Deacon shrugs. I just want it on record that I think you're an idiot for walking away from my brother. I didn't want to, I protest. And that's what makes you the idiot, Deacon says with an eye roll. More seriously, he says, look, I know you have reasons that you've convinced yourself are important, but nothing is more important than being happy. The two of you are happy together, and you're both miserable apart. The solution seems kind of obvious to me. Sullivan. Well, you look like shit, Sullivan. Leona, I bite out in an attempt at a greeting, glaring at the woman who rises to greet me as I enter my 2:30 meeting with Tanner Grimsey and his lawyer. Where's Grimsey? Mr. Grimsey couldn't make today's meeting, but he's authorized me as his proxy. Great. Now the asshole won't even show up for meetings himself? This is getting beyond a joke, and I am so not in the mood for this right now. I'm not in the mood to be fucked with, Leona, I growl, not bothering with my usual charm and easy manner. It hasn't worked with Grimsey so far, has it? Leona winces with faux sympathy. Yes, I saw the article. I hope your dog walker wasn't too offended by the idea of people thinking he's sleeping with you. I press my fingers to the bridge of my nose in an attempt to stop my head from exploding. Drawing in a few calming breaths, I take a seat at the conference table and motion for Leona to join me. So, what's the issue this time? There's no issue. Mr. Grimsey has been over the proposal and finds it to be satisfactory. He's on board with the merger. Acquisition, I correct. She smiles faintly. Merger sounds a little more appetizing, don't you think? I managed to restrain myself from rolling my eyes. Whatever. Why is he now all of a sudden happy to go ahead? Nothing's changed since the last time we put the proposal to him. Nothing in the proposal has changed, that's true. But, she trails off, offering a cryptic smile. I jump on the information instantly. But something else has changed? Leona, if there's an issue with the company you haven't disclosed, she holds up a hand to cut me off. Calm down before you blow a gasket. I wasn't referring to the company. Then what were you referring to? She shrugs. I can't say specifically. Have I told you how much I don't like lawyers? I growl. Her brows furrow in confusion. Your best friend is a lawyer. There's an exception to everything. She rolls her eyes. Look, all I can tell you is Mr. Grimsey's priorities have recently changed. I can't say more than that. I stare at her for a long moment, unsure how to read her. If Grimsey himself were here, maybe I'd be able to read the situation better and see if this was genuine. But then, if Grimsey himself were here, I'd probably deck him for what he did to Deacon. Maybe that's why he decided to stay away? Eventually, I let out a long sigh and sit back in my chair. Fine. I'll put it to Mr. Steele. Leona rises from her seat and smooths down her skirt. Good. And if we could get things moving quickly, that would be good. Mr. Grimsey wants this over with. I let out an incredulous laugh. You might want to remind him he's the one who's been stalling us at every turn, She purses her lips and collects her Birkin bag from the table. Well, you won't have that problem anymore. As soon as Leona sachets from the meeting room, I dig my phone from my breast pocket and call Charlie. Hey man, what's up? Leona Fisher. What's her deal? Totally hot, super smart, great in bed. Yeah, that's not really what I wanted to know, I say, cutting him off. Well, you need to be more specific, buddy, he chides. I have no idea what you're talking about. Can I trust her? There's a thoughtful pause before he says, Depends on the situation. Wow, that's reassuring, I mutter. What's going on, Solly? I sigh, running a hand over the back of my head. I met with her just now, and she told me Grimsey's given the okay to proceed with the Messitech acquisition. She said his priorities have changed. I shake my head, still a little baffled about the whole encounter. I need to know if I can take her seriously before I loop Monty in on this. You can take her word on this, Charlie assures me. She's not a big one for playing games. Not professionally, at least. The innuendo in his voice makes me roll my eyes. Yeah, I got it. Thanks, I say dryly. So Grimsey finally caved. That's awesome, man, he says enthusiastically. Yeah, I guess. Why aren't you more excited about this? Charlie presses. You've been wanting to nail this guy for months. What? You know what I mean, he says in clear exasperation. Grimsey, the acquisition, making Monty steal even more money. It's been your numero uno goal for months now. You should be thrilled. I am thrilled. Even as I say the words, I know they're not convincing. And sure enough, you don't sound it, Charlie says. I run a palm over my face, letting out a heavy sigh. Drew left. What? Left where? Me. He left me, I explain. A few days ago. After the article. I guess Grimsey's not the only one whose priorities have changed recently. Right now, this professional victory means absolutely nothing to me because it hasn't changed the fact that Drew's still gone. He was that mad? Charlie asks, a hint of incredulity in his voice. He wasn't mad, I clarify. He was, upset, obviously. I think he thinks the article is proof that we're not right for each other. But you are right for each other, Charlie states. I know that, I growl in frustration. And I know he knows that, deep down. He's just scared, Charlie suggests. Maybe. So, have you tried talking to him? He said he needed space, so I've been giving it to him. Charlie sucks in a harsh breath. Sully, no.
Never give them space. Space is where relationships go to die. I pause, my brow creasing in confusion. Do you mean outer space? What? No. You just referred to space as a place. I made the assumption, I point out. Well, unmake it, Charlie says irritably. And stop being so literal. All I meant was giving Drew some distance is a bad idea. You should call him, or go see him, or accidentally bump into him on purpose. Is this my lawyer encouraging me to become a stalker? I ask dryly. Just put on your big boy pants and go talk to your boyfriend. Fiancé, I correct, still preferring the sound of that word even after everything. Chapter 23. Drew. I've been thinking a lot about what Deacon said to me yesterday, about how I should just focus on what makes me happy and put everything out of my mind. It's good advice, and I want to follow it, but it's easier said than done. What I do know, however, is that I need to see Sullivan. It's been 3 days, and I just can't wait any longer. I've already decided to go see him tonight once I'm done with work. I'm not sure what will happen, but one way or the other, I'll at least know where we stand. I spend my morning lost in my work as usual. Thank God for my awesome job is all I can say. At every other time of the day, my mind has been whirring with thoughts of Sullivan, but when I'm working on a car, it takes my full attention and I'm able to just focus and clear my head. It's about midday that I'm pulled out of my work by an unexpected visitor to the garage. I'm underneath an incredibly sweet Lotus when I feel a sharp kick to my shin that I know could only be Jackson. It's confirmed when he growls, "Get out of there, asshole. You've got a visitor." I slide out from under the car and stare up at him in confusion. "Who?" "You'll see," he says, offering a cryptic smile. "In the office." Curious, I climb to my feet and wipe my hands before making my way to the office. When I get there, I feel the air knocked out of me as I see the last person I would have expected waiting for me. Sullivan, looking gorgeous as ever in a pristine 3-piece suit. He arches an eyebrow at what is no doubt a pretty shocked expression on my face. "You seem surprised to see me." What? You didn't think I'd fight for you?" "You're fighting for me?" I ask in a small, hesitant voice. Truthfully, I didn't know what to expect from him, but maybe I should have. I know he said he loves me, and I know what Deacon said yesterday about this being the real thing between us. But all my thoughts have just been so scrambled. Doubt just seems to have taken over control of my brain for some reason. Everything's happened so fast with us. One minute, I'm totally convinced I'm straight, and the next, I'm realizing I'm gay and completely falling for an incredible guy who, let's face it, could have his pick of just about anyone. Sullivan takes several purposeful steps toward me, his dark eyes gazing into mine with an intensity that makes me shiver. I gave you the time you asked for, Drew. And now here's what's going to happen. You're going to believe me when I say I love you. You're going to trust me when I say I want no one but you. And you're going to admit that we belong together. He pauses for a moment to brush the softest of kisses against my lips, and I can't help shuddering in response. Because it's the truth, he whispers, and no one can take that away from us. You might change your mind, I counter, although I'm aware that I'm just being stubborn now. Honestly, his mere presence seems to be enough to banish most of my biggest fears, and now I'm feeling kind of stupid for doubting us in the first place. What did I just say? He chides gently, tapping his forehead to mine. I smile wryly. I'm not entirely sure, actually. I was kind of distracted by your lips and missed most of it. He lets out a soft chuckle and slams said lips against mine. I don't hesitate, responding immediately with need and hunger. I throw my hands around his neck and pull him closer, savoring every second of the kiss. Can you please promise me next time you freak out you'll talk to me rather than walking away? He practically begs. I nod. Yeah, I can do that. I'm glad to know he's not asking me to promise I won't doubt us again. Unfortunately, I don't have much control over that part of my brain. We kiss a little more before breaking apart again. Looking into his eyes, I admit shyly, I was planning to come see you tonight. Yeah? I offer a small smile. I kinda missed you. He arches a teasing brow. Kind of? Yeah, just a little bit. Your cock, mainly. Sully tosses his head back, letting out a roar of laughter, and I just love the way his whole face lights up. Well, I'm kind of glad I got to you first, he says with a sly grin. Now I get to strip these sexy as fuck coveralls off you. Oh shit, I exclaim, only now just realizing I'm greasy as hell and rubbing up against Sullivan's designer suit. I'm ruining your suit. He offers a lazy smile. My care factor is 0, babe. Now tell me, are these walls soundproof, or are you cool with Jackson and the other guys hearing you scream for me? Sullivan. As much as I'd have loved to fuck Drew right there in that office, we decide to go back to his place, which is only a few subway stops away from the garage. Yes, I do occasionally ride the subway. I'm not completely cut off from the real world. I can't even begin to explain how relieved and grateful and just plain happy I am to have him back in my arms. I know it might take a little while for all of his insecurities to fade away, but that's completely understandable. We've only been together a few weeks after all. And Drew's life did kind of get turned completely on its head during that time. To be honest, it's kind of a miracle he hasn't flipped out more. My family's going to want to meet you, Drew murmurs, breaking through our post-sex haze. My dad will want to make sure you're not planning to make me sign a prenup. I let out a soft chuckle and shift around so I'm on my side facing Drew. For the record, I wouldn't make you. But you know I'm not going to force you down the aisle just so we can avoid telling my mom the truth about how we got together, right? I don't want us to do anything you're not comfortable with. I know. He offers an affectionate smile and then confuses the hell out of me by asking, Did you ever watch Two Guys, a Girl, and a Pizza Place? My brows shoot up. I think we've established my knowledge of sitcoms is limited. Hey, at least I know it's a sitcom. Drew's smile stretches wider. Okay, well, the girl in that show is called Sharon, and in one of the seasons, she and her boyfriend get engaged in theory. I chuckle. Okay, I see where this is going. I lift a hand and brush it across Drew's cheek. Why don't you just let me know when you want to get engaged in reality? Epilogue. Drew. Okay, what do you think of this one? I ask Jackson, shoving my phone under his nose. Do you think it's something a successful investment banker would wear? How would I know? Jackson says, completely disinterested. Why don't you ask him? I can't ask him. Hello? Engagement ring? It's supposed to be a surprise. Let me see, Tiff offers, coming around the front counter and reaching for my phone. After months of messing around with the landlord and various contractors, the damage to our store has finally been repaired and we're getting ready to reopen next week. I don't get it, Jackson says with a shake of his head. You've been engaged for months. What's the big deal about getting a ring now? We've been engaged in theory, I clarify. Now it's time to make it really official. I want him to know I'm all in. Well, nothing says all in like a platinum engagement band, Tiff says, letting out a soft whistle. She glances up at me, a small frown on her face. Are you sure you want to spend this much, Drew? I mean, I know you want it to be special, but Sullivan doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who would care what kind of ring you got him. All he'd care about is that it came from you. Jackson nods. That's true. You could propose with one of those plastic rings from a gumball machine and he'd treat it like a priceless heirloom. I smile affectionately at the thought, because it's absolutely true. But just because Sully won't care what kind of ring I give him doesn't mean I don't want it to be nice. There's a certain image he needs to convey when he's meeting with clients and making deals, and I want to be sensitive to that. Is it a nice ring or not? I say with a sigh. That's all I'm asking. It's beautiful, Tiff assures me, handing back my phone. He'll love it. So, when are you proposing? Jackson asks. Then his face scrunches up and he adds, Wait, can you even call it that if you're already sort of engaged and know without a doubt he's going to say yes? I'm not sure I'd say without a doubt, I say dryly. You never know what could happen. Jax just rolls his eyes. Right. Okay. Sure. I chuckle because, well, he maybe has a point. After my little bout of insecurity a few months ago, Sully's pretty much gone above and beyond to reassure me that what we have is the real thing and something that will always be worth holding on to. That's not to say we don't ever have arguments, because we most definitely do, but luckily my guy is one of the most patient, easygoing men on the planet. And he has an uncanny knack for coaxing my stubborn ass out of an irritable mood. I'm not sure when I'll do it, I say in answer to Jackson's question about the proposal. I want to get through the reopening first, and there's still a bunch of boxes I need to unpack at Sully's, so I guess once that's done and I'm settled in. Yep, we're living together now. That was actually one of our biggest arguments. Living in his apartment rent-free felt way too much like being a kept man for my liking, but ultimately Sully, with an assist from Deacon, made me realize I was already spending basically every night there anyway, so keeping another apartment seemed a little pointless. We compromised with Sully agreeing to let me pay a small amount of rent. He refused to budge any higher, and then he stripped down in front of me, which was really unfair because there was no way I could concentrate on arguing with him standing there all naked and sexy. Jackson nods. Cool. Well, hopefully he'll say yes, and then you won't have to move out. That's hilarious, I deadpan, not remotely amused. Sullivan. I absolutely love my job, and in the past I've always been more than happy to stay back in the office long after everyone else has left, working through complicated proposals, negotiating with overseas contacts, handling after-hours meetings with some of our top clients. Whatever, it didn't matter. I was happy to deal with it all. No need to delegate here. But that's no longer the case. And I can pinpoint the change to the time I met Drew. Even back in the early days of our relationship, I was eager to spend every spare moment I could with him. But now, staying late is something I avoid wherever I can. I have a fiancé, in theory, waiting for me at home, and I don't want to spend any more time away from him than I absolutely have to. Unfortunately, this particular Tuesday night is one of the times when I'm not able to leave at a normal hour and don't end up getting home until close to 10 p.m. I've been texting with Drew, so I know he ate hours ago, hardly surprising given the hour. I, on the other hand, am absolutely starving. I only had time for a sandwich for dinner, and it wasn't remotely satisfying. I decide to stop at the small convenience store next to my building and grab a quart of ice cream. Not the healthiest of options, but at least Drew and I can share it, seeing as how we didn't get to share dinner tonight. When I get upstairs and open the door to my apartment, I pause, momentarily confused. It's completely dark except for the flicker of candlelight, which seems to be coming from everywhere. The floor of the hallway is strewn with rose petals, and candles are positioned in a line as though directing me into the apartment. I'm pretty sure the candles are the flameless kind, because there doesn't seem to be any melting wax.
Shaking my head in confusion, I follow the candles into the main part of the apartment, only to find more rose petals all over the floor and about 1,000,000 more candles on the floor, on the table, on the kitchen counter, on the mantel, on the coffee table, everywhere. It's when my eyes scan past the coffee table that I realize there's a shape curled up on the sofa. It's Drew, totally passed out. A burst of affection shoots through me as I stride toward him, careful not to disturb any of the candles, just on the off chance they're actually real ones. I lower myself to sit on the coffee table and set down the bag with the ice cream. Then I reach out to gently nudge Drew. What? He mumbles, blinking at me with bleary eyes. What's with all the candles, babe? He sits bolt upright, rubbing his hands over his face. Oh, shit. I was supposed to surprise you. I grin. You did surprise me. This is all very, very surprising. Yeah, but I was going to be waiting for you, and then when you walked in, I was going to get down on one knee. My brows shoot up. One knee? Drew's face flames, and he bites his lip in that hesitant way he does. Reaching out, I gently cup his face, guiding his eyes to mine. Drew, is this you telling me you're ready for reality? He offers a shy smile. Yeah, basically. Thank God. I pull his face toward mine and steal a long, lingering kiss. Finally breaking away, I press my forehead to his and draw in a deep breath, savoring the fresh, familiar scent of him. I can't wait to marry you. This has been Mr. Right Now, Suits and Sevens Book 2, written by Isla Olsen, narrated by Nick J. Russo. Copyright 2021 by Isla Olsen. Production copyright by Isla Olsen.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.